Welcome to the 11th episode of The Art of Adventure, where a bunch of crafters and creators in the tabletop gaming community come together to build amazing creations and play some Dungeons and Dragons. My name is Ashlyn. I'm the Dollar Store DM, and I host these streams, not strings, with help from my wonderful participants. We have a fantastic spooky Halloween show for you today, but before we get into it, I want to explain a little bit how this stream works. So all of the terrain minis, etc., featured in this live stream are the products of previous creators. Due to some shipping issues this month, unfortunately, we weren't able to have last month's creators be able to work, but we were able to pull some work from previous streams, and the ever wonderful Mage Brush, who will be playing in this stream, painted just so many things for us.
So many things.
So many things. We're very, very grateful. So it's still going to look sing. After this session, this cast is going to then pass it on to the next group and crafting everything that they need to run the session with their respective talents. That group's then going to pass it on to the next and the next and the next. And we create this community of builders that are going to enjoy wonderful adventures together. So like I said, we have an amazing cast this episode. I'm going to give them a second to introduce themselves. I'll start off. Like I said earlier, my name is Ashlyn. I'm the series host. I dabble in all things nerdy because I have an inability to pick a single thing. And I today will be playing Dr. Freya Frankenstein, a battlesmith artificer who just, likes to see the limits of science and morality. It's all good. And we're going to popcorn read this teacher style. So I'm going to popcorn to Keith.
Hey everybody, I'm Keith. I run a Rogan's Hobby Stop, doing 3D printing mostly, but I also like to play board games, play some D&D, run sessions, and paint minis as well. Today I will be playing Alaur Iknau. I am a reborn Cavalier Fighter 6 Hexblade Warlock 1, and effectively playing a Headless Horseman. Alright, next up, let's go ahead and jump to Andrew, Mage Brush.
Hey, I'm Mage Brush. I do a little bit of crafting, a little bit of 3D printing, but mostly painting. Yeah, you can find me at Mage Brush on Instagram. I am playing an Eldrin rogue trickster named Jack. And then, yeah. So let's go to the last but not least, Judd.
Well, thank you. Hey, everyone. Judd Grubbs here. I am a DM formerly of the Role Players, now Roll for Adventure, which is a kind of mysterious thing that's coming out around January, February. Can't say too much other than sets are being designed and studio space is being prepped. So look on Roll for Adventure on Twitch and on socials for updates about that. And today I'm very excited. I am playing a Dhampir monk, Way of the Shadow, level 7. Should be quite fun. Kaprul van Stumbleditch. Gotta say that very carefully. Super excited to be here. And now I guess we have to pass it to our DM for the day, Robert Hartley.
Hello. Yes, I'm Robert Hartley, Robert Hartley GM. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Robert Hartley GM. I'm a professional dungeon master. I run for a group called Viva la Dirt League on YouTube. And I also wrote and directed the new, currently releasing web series D&D Logic, also on the Viva la Dirt League YouTube channel. So today I will be playing everybody else. Including the world and the laws of physics and the laws of magic and all of it. Everything but these people I will be playing. I'll be dungeon mastering this Halloween special. Just as a sort of a content for you all, just to prepare you. This is a spooky Halloween special with spooky themes, but it is I've tailored it towards a sort of PG-13 setting. There won't be particularly overly graphic details of gore, unless the players should choose that that's the route that they want to go down, and then I will roll with it. I can get super graphic if that is the route that you all choose. But as a jumping off point, I thought I would take the foot off the gas in terms of gore. So, is there anything further to do, or shall we jump into it?
We do have a few more people to mention for the stream. We have our production team. So my good friend John, who runs our stream tech, and again Andrew for running a lot of our sets for today, as well as our overlays. There are men behind the curtain. Thank you so much for everything you do. Secondly, we have Weston of Arcane Anthems, whose music you will hear today. And then Greg of Gregless Designs and the Derpwood, whose music you heard as our theme music, as well as when we hit our intermission later. Finally, we're going to be doing a giveaway today, sponsored by Eldritch Foundry. So we're going to be giving away one voucher for a free custom STL file for you to create your own personalized PC or NPC using Eldritch Foundry's amazing character builder. That will then get sent to you. You will design your character, and then you will send the file back to me, and I will print and ship it to you as part of the prize. So to enter, make sure that you stick around for intermission. I'm going to give everyone a code to put in the chat, and we will draw the winner at the end of intermission. Make sure that you are following both on Twitch and Instagram as well. And don't forget that you can get 15% off any purchase on Eldritch Foundry using code $DM15 at checkout. So thank you so much to everyone who's helped make this as magical of a show as possible. We do have a few more housekeeping notes. I know it's a long list. So all of our participants volunteer their time and talents to bring you this show. If you're interested in getting involved in the show, we do have a number of options. Firstly, we're on Patreon, where you can become a patron and support the stream. Your contributions help us continue to bring this stream to life and develop sweet, sweet merch like what you see some of us wearing. Ooh. This is our new hobby-themed merch that I can't actually tell if anyone can see, but it says this is my painting shirt, and it's awesome, and it showed up yesterday, and I'm very excited about it. So these are new on the store. You can find the store at www.dollarstoredm.weebly.com. That is our official site where we have, I have crafting tutorials, our shop where you can buy minis, terrain pieces that have been featured on the stream, as well as merch like this. If you are interested in being a part of the stream as a participant, we do have a Google form sign-up sheet available to all creators in the community. So you can find links to everything in my bio, as well as on Instagram, which is kind of the center of where I do things. And finally, with that, I'm going to pass it on to Rob.
Well, did you want to mention the couple people that were?
Oh, yes, because we did have a number of people who whose work we are using today that were not from last time. Obviously, we have Andrew here, did a lot of our terrain and minis for today. And then also Nabascroon, Rob, down in our end of the woods, did a lovely set that you're going to see pretty soon here. I'm trying to think who else's stuff we're using. Oh, Leroy for some NPCs that will be popping in later. And I'll highlight those as they come. Wonderful. And now I'll pass it to Robert.
And now it's to me. Well then, if we're sitting comfortably, we will begin tonight's tale. We begin on a night quickly approaching dusk, on the eve of a particularly spooky festival in a small hamlet called Creeping Willow. Barely a few dozen buildings lay smattered over a mostly flat grassland. On the southwest of town, an eccentric abode belonging to a family of scientists, tinkerers, and madmen, the Frankenstein family. Ashlyn, can you please describe the laboratory that we find ourselves in at the top of this tale?
Well, the general mansion is very well taken care of, but the servants aren't really allowed in the lab section, so it's a little messy. There's totally not just like entrails and bits of bone in parts of the lab. Lots of little bottles everywhere that some are labeled, some aren't. It's a grab bag. Lit up by a couple of braziers. There's a nice bubbling pool of some sort of green liquid goo.
That you definitely don't want to drink.
Yeah, it's there's a little like handwritten sign that says "Do not drink" on the side.
Unpotable.
Unpotable sludge.
to
As
put it
opposed
mild.
to potable sludge.
Yeah.
There
Which
are
is
a few
essentially
coffins, an ominous cage, but typical, mad scientist lab.
Mad scientist lab, of course. You wouldn't have it any other way. Now, gathered together in this laboratory, or this laboratory, depending on pronunciations, on this cold autumn afternoon, a particularly eclectic group of individuals. Some might go as far as to say monsters. In fact, most would. Anyone reasonable would call them monsters. That is actually why you've been forced to come here today. A group of the Queen's Guards have brought you all from your respective captivities and released you into this lab to listen to an offer of freedom in return for a deed. As you are standing round the lab, in the lab with you is Tootsie, a large dwarven paladin in plate mail, and she's wearing a white cape off the back of her shoulders. And also in the room with you is Dibdab. Dibdab is a rock candy gnome, and he's also a paladin. He is in full shining silver plate mail and has a sherbet orange cloak. His thin beard is twisted into a point and dyed white and red. Can the rest of you describe what Tootsie and Dibdab are looking at? Who shall we start with? Since it's your lab, let's start with Ashlyn. What are people looking at when they see your character?
Oh, that is relatively clean. There's only a few stains on her very long white lab coat, long black gloves on each hand. She has a shock of just kind of messy, short white hair with her pair of goggles at the ready at all times that totally don't look like Minions goggles. She's got a nice little scarf around her neck, and she's just messing with a few trinkets as she's absentmindedly listening. There is, however, a very large, lumbering, greenish, deathly greenish figure kind of lurking in the background there, just as her servant back there is watching.
It is under no surprise that Dibdab, the gnome paladin, has found himself on the other corner of the laboratory from your companion, shall we call him, being that he outweighs and outsizes Dibdab about 8 to 1. Dibdab instead paces by a who shall we go with? A rather clown-like fellow. Can we hear Jack's description, please? And also, before I move on, I'd love to say that was a wonderful description of your character, Ashlyn. You get inspiration for the day.
Oh.
Jack, what do we look like?
Jack is currently in. You're right there, bud. Sorry, that was my dog. Sorry.
Jack is currently in a dog, is what I heard.
No, not in
Jack
a
and the
dog. Jack is a rogue, but he is dressed up for Halloween. So he is wearing dressed up a bit like a clown. So he's got big kind of like MC Hammer-esque pants that are like the parachute pants, but like purple with a patch on the knee, and because it's like put together, and he's got just a green tunic shirt that's pretty basic with like the big ruffled collar that's yellow with just poorly done makeup because it's like not his thing, but he's like, whatever, it's what his wife would have wanted. So he's like, I'm just doing this for you, dear. And like, so it's kind of messed up. He's got a big green thing, hair He does wield a crossbow, and he does have a familiar that is a raven named Edgar that is like, sitting on his shoulder.
What happened to his other familiar, Alan, and the other one, Poe? I assume that came
I only get one of those spells. Maybe if I find his steed, I can get a horse and name that one.
Yeah. Wonderful description. You have inspiration for the session.
Thank you, sir.
Looking next to I don't know if you'd be standing next to him. Maybe that's your own decision. Who shall we go with? We'll go with the vampire. I imagine you maybe you're hiding away from the flames in the laboratory in a shadowy corner, or are you more in the forefront? Where would you be standing in the lab, and what do you look like?
Oh, thank you. Well, I noticed for a moment that light is sort of hitting my figure, and I quickly try to step back into the shadow behind me, but kind of catch my cloak on my foot and almost stumble, but throw a hand out on the wall and with the most dignity that I can muster, kind of stand up tall. I'm a lean, just under 6 foot figure. I've got a deep green cloak on, and I've got the cloak pulled down, hiding most of my face. You can see just a hint of like a light caramel colored skin. No weapons. I have a black shirt and some dark blue pants and some boots. And you see like a necktie and a kind of soft cream and a matching belt. But it's more kind of my demeanor as I stand there, kind of very carefully looking at everybody and trying to disappear into this little hint of shadow that's clinging to the wall behind me, doing my best to disappear. And as I raise my hand to kind of do a scratch, you see that there's just this kind of like shaking for a moment and pulling myself together.
Wonderful. A very wonderful description indeed. We have a vampire monk in the party. And for that, you get inspiration. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And lastly, but by no means leastly, standing in the laboratory with you is what seems to be a suit of armor to most, being that it has no helmet on, no head. Can you describe what everybody is looking at when they see this headless horseman, a la
Yes.
Ichno?
Alar is standing there rather imposingly as he carries his head under one arm to the side, hand on his longsword. His eyes glow from beneath the helmet, a deep red, and he stands there almost always looking like he's ready for a fight, like he's ready to keep moving and push forward. His armor is dark black, whether that be from whatever occurred to him to create him as such, or if it was something that came before his death and rebirth. It's fur lined around it, and just generally he's standing there waiting, and probably a little impatient at this point.
Well, let's satiate his patience then, the limit of his patience, by getting into the story as a whole. Dibdab notices your impatience and says, he pops a little mint in his mouth and says, so, it is Halloween, and Halloween means trick-or-treating. And trick-or-treating means children dressing as scary creatures and going door to door to ask neighbors for candy and money in return for not egging their property. So, teaching children to run protection rackets and extortion. It's a wonderful time of year. Now, with relative strangers giving out sweeties, I'm sure you've all heard those stupid rumors fueled by paranoia of poisoned candy and razor blades in apples and whatnot. Yes, You've heard of these rumors every year. They come out, don't give children candy. Yes, unfortunately, they're all true.
The results.
Yes, unfortunately, they are all true. Thankfully, though, children avoid harm each year because of the tireless work of my organization. We started as merely an appreciation group to seek out and rate certain tasty treats. We were once called the Coalition of Adventurers Nibbling Delicious Yum-Yums, or candy for short. However, many years ago, many of our number were handed some Rice in Crispy treats, and they fell ill. Others were handed some candied anthraples and were wounded or worse. And so that's when we decided to follow a greater cause, and we rebranded as the Society of Watchmen for the Examination of Edible Treats, or S.W.E.E.T for short. Now, as you might imagine, poison checking is not a job with great retirement plans, and the perk of getting to eat lots of lollies only offsets the annual risk of death by so much. That's why this year we have made a deal with the Queen's Guards that in each town throughout the land, one group of 4 monsters, such as yourselves, will do the sampling for us. And the benefit to you for complying is your freedom, of course. Understood? Is that clear?
Freya is like writing on her notebook now, just like Rice and Krispies.
Like, brilliant. Yes. Why didn't I think of that?
What? Sorry.
Now, we have reason to believe that the and he pops another mint in. We have reason to believe that the Shadowvine Assassins Guild has poisoned the candy this year, which is why you have been chosen. I believe one amongst your number has a history with this guild, right? Oh, delicious. Do you care? And he walks over to the vampire and holds out some mint. Would you care for a no?
No, thank you.
Very well. So the Shadowvine Assassins Guild are notorious for their use of undetectable poisons and microscopic blades. So the only way to be know to know for sure if a sweet is tainted is to eat it and see. Our intelligence, however, has narrowed it down to one of 6 houses that this Assassins Guild has infiltrated. Tainting the house's occupants' treats without the owner's knowledge. The person giving out the candy is therefore not necessarily aware that they are doing so. So our plan this year is to shrink you all down to relative sizes of the prepubescents, and you must go into the Creeping Willow under the disguise of trick-or-treaters. It will be your duty to be the overly eager ones who get there first, you all know the ones, before many of the other children are put at risk. There is, of course, added incentive for you to do your task efficiently, in that you get the first pick of the candy, and you get to pick the best ones. Oh no, these are quite Moorish. Would you care for one, Tootsie? Tootsie, she's much more professional. No, thank you. Right you are. Besides, that brings me to my next topic. Though your primary concern is that of finding the house that's giving out dangerous treats, we've never forgotten our roots as a candy appreciation society. So, if you also happen to find any houses that are not getting into the spirit of the season, or worse, they're giving out...
You wish us to make them.
The ones that are giving out healthy alternatives. Heaven forbid.
You wish me to take their souls to make sure they understand the great, grievous crime they've done.
We're not quite on the murder level. We prefer a punishment more fitting of this. And he brings out 4 rolls of toilet paper. Says, you are to TP, I believe the children are calling it. You are to TP the property as a warning to the other children to not waste their time with such a terrible, boring house. So if you would each take, and he walks around the room and he hands each of you a roll of toilet paper that you can use to TP any house that you deem is giving out undesirable treats.
As you pass me, I'm gonna grab your hand very quickly. Who from the assassins?
You see that as soon as you grab the hand, the other paladin in the room sort of goes for her sword and she's kind of ready for you.
I slowly release, but I lean in. Who from the Assassins Guild? Who is it? Do you have a name? Who's here? What's your name?
Well, unfortunately, we're our Tootsie. Do we have a name? I'm gonna roll to see if she knows. She does. She does. Last I heard, it was a fellow by the name of William or something. It was make. You should write a will or something. It was some pun on his name, William. Write a will or something. Make a will. That was it. Yes, make a will. Apparently. Why? Do you know him?
Thank you.
She says to you.
No.
Right. The gnome continues and says, "Well, very well. We don't really mind who it is that's doing, who's responsible. We just need to make sure that the children are safe, of course. And by doing so, once you find the house that is giving out the poison or razor blades, you are to egg it as a symbol to us that we may deal with the ones responsible." And he takes out from his bag a carton of 6 eggs. Says, "Who would care to hold on to the eggs?"
You wish us to seek exact vengeance on this house by egging it?
Well, no, we will be seeking the proper punishment for this individual. But it's important to remember that I said the owners are not necessarily the ones responsible for the poison. We just need to mark this house as the ones that need to be dealt with before they give out poisoned candy unwittingly. Again, no murder. Just wanting to make that abundantly clear here that we're not murdering individuals of this town. Is that clear? Have I made myself clear? She says to Tootsie, and she says, "Well, it's clear to me, but you are talking to monsters." Well, yes.
Find that a very harmful stereotype.
She turns to look, and she's standing next to the monster that you've made, and she's looking up at it, and she's like, "I think it's an accurate one." So, who wishes to hold the eggs?
The lurching monster kind of reaches forward.
He tentatively walks over and reaches right up and hands it to the monster.
Thank you.
Also, should we be worried about that screaming that's coming from somewhere in your house?
No, it's fine. It happens. It's just it's something that happens.
Okay. I just can't help but notice that Ala Ikno left the room and then it suddenly ceased. Is that an issue?
Sorry, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Well, all right then. Tootsie, roll them out. And Tootsie gets the Tootsie reaches into her bag and pulls out a small pouch, and she comes around each of you and hands out a small lemon bonbon, a lemon sour. And she hands one to each of you, and then she goes to the monster as well and reaches up and fumbles with it and drops it and says, "Oh, I'm such a butterfinger," and she picks up the lemon sour and hands it to you, and he says, You'll be required to suck on this lemon sour in order for this magic to work. You all do so, or is anybody objecting to?
I'm not going to object. Before I do that, I'm going to be like, if Maka is responsible for this, I can't promise there won't be a body.
Oh, you have history, Mako, huh?
Yes.
Ah, I see. Well, I suppose he is the member of the Assassin's Guild. When I was saying no bodies, I was really meaning the civilians, the parents and children that are out trick-or-treating. As long as there are no bodies there, if you come across any assassins, you're more than welcome to take them out.
Good.
You do get to order.
Of those who are meant to die, as is my purpose.
You make me rather uncomfortable, but I suppose that's part of the job of dealing with monsters. For everybody who pops the lemon sour into your mouth, it is the most sour thing you've ever eaten, and it kind of like it involuntarily makes you screw up your face, and your face gets super like narrow and constricted from the sourness, and then starting with your face, the rest of your body kind of follows that same pattern of shrinking, and you shrink face first until you are all respectively a younger version of yourself, still dressed in the same sort of costumes, only for some reason the now ill-fitting suits and things seem to add to the effect of you being a child in a costume that wasn't designed for you. You all very well resemble your trick-or-treating counterparts. He says he says, "Oh, don't worry about that. Your mount has been taken care of and will be waiting for you at the hitching post outside where you left him."
Take the lemon, drop it down my throat.
as it falls down the open passageway, And can you make a dexterity check for me, please? I want to make sure you don't drop it down the wrong hole.
That's a 16 on the roll.
60, yeah, you're fine. Instantly asphyxiates on a lemon drop. the rest of the thing goes without. So you drop it down into your gullet, and your neck kind of closes up from the sourness of it until your body kind of shrinks down, and your head does not shrink, and so it's left as an oversized helmet, a prop. Yeah. Your monster, he partakes as well.
Yep.
Yep. He does the same. The same thing happens. His face all screws up, and when he shrinks down, his face kind of stays screwed up, because it's sort of stitched together dead flesh of people, so it doesn't really react all that well. And as Dib Dab the gnome kind of steps to the side to let you leave the laboratory, he says, "Oh, one last thing. The lemon sour that you just ate contained a tracking device, so we will know where you are at all times. If you go down 5th Avenue or take Milky Way, if you shortcut through Reese's Places or try and hide out in Mr. Big or Mr. Goodbar's house, we'll know about it. So don't think, score, this is our payday, we're a bunch of smarties sticking it to the lifesavers. No, we'll know about it. Now, on you go." And you
inspiration for the amazing.
Seriously.
It's like a living version of when people would ask people to prom with little candy.
Yeah. Will you be my sweetheart? Will you be my monster? So you leave the laboratory, you head down the hill, and you enter the town of Creeping Willow. Arriving at the edge, it is a brisk autumn evening, and the sun is beginning to set. Arriving at the bottom of Main Street, 5th Avenue, you see children in the gardens of the various houses, some lighting jack-o'-lanterns and some preparing their costumes. From here, you can see that the 6 houses that were pointed out to you as the prime suspects of the ones that you wish to attack. Ala Ikno, as you arrive at the bottom of this Frankenstein's property, you see at the hitching post where your horse was mounted, you see a hobby horse that is still tied to the hitching post. But as you approach, the hobby horse turns its head and whinnies like your regular mount. And as you approach, you sort of stroke it along its wooden shaft and see that it is still a living mount that will respond to you and still grant you all of the benefits of being a mounted cavalier fighter, but it has been hidden through illusion magic or polymorphed into that of a hobby horse to fit with your costume.
Done to you.
Seems a little bit perturbed as to the magic that has overtaken it.
I mount up.
You swing your leg over, gaining no height at all over the rest of the thing, but feeling the power that comes from being mounted.
Oh, you are so cute!
You should just turn your helmet over and use it as the bucket.
Yeah.
Stick it in my neck.
Put your candy in here. Alright, so starting from the nearest house on your left and heading clockwise, you see a creepy manor on a hill just outside of town. Next, just off of Milky Way, you see a cute bungalow adorned in pumpkins. Next, furthest down the street towards the north of town, you almost miss it entirely, a dark, detached house in a plain garden. On the east side of town, you can just make out the block of townhouses containing one of the targets. Coming closer to where you are, but further towards the east, you see an almost rural cottage out there on the farmland beyond town. And finally, you see a homely, semi-detached with a yard just on your right. So those 6 houses again are a creepy manor, a cute bungalow, a boring house, a generic townhouse, a farmhouse cottage, and a homely semi-detached.
Were we given?
It is up to you guys. Sorry, go on.
Were we given any clues or anything to know where we'd be more likely to find like Maka or the like?
No, all you've been told is that the intelligence of the S.W.E.E.T organization has narrowed it down to one of these 6 houses has had their treats tainted by the Assassin's Guild Shadowvine, and so you have to. It's your job to approach all 6 houses, or as many as it takes to find the right one, and ascertain which house it is. It is over to you as to which house you would wish to go to first.
Which one looks the nicest, the wealthiest?
The wealthiest would possibly be. Let me see. The bungalow is very nice and it's very nicely decorated. It's got a lot of pumpkins in its yard. The boring house down the end is relatively. It's a quite a nice house. It's just kind of bland. No decorations. There is also. I wouldn't say that any of them are like particularly large manors. The creepy house on the hill has got quite a lot of land to it, but it's not exactly the largest of houses.
Okay. The pumpkin one. I think we should start this bungalow.
So you vote bungalow. What about the rest of you?
The cottage and the bungalow are different, right?
Yes, cottage and bungalow is different. So the bungalow is the pumpkin bungalow. The cottage is the rural cottage out towards the east of town on a bit of farmland.
Is there any way I could use like my knowledge from my guild to kind of have any insight to which house I think they would be targeting?
Make an insight check. I will allow and yeah, just make an insight check.
That would be a 24. No,
24.
22. I can't add 6 and
20. Oh, if it's only a 22, that's different.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
With a 22, you are very familiar with how the Shadowvine works, and you know that they are. That unfortunately, you are so familiar with how they work that you know that they specifically are a particularly intelligent and tactical group in that they will deliberately randomize their targets so that they can reduce the amount of pattern when they're carrying out kidnappings or murders. They will do so with a completely randomized target, so there will be no. So when the authorities are trying to see some sort of a pattern in the victims, there will tend to be no one. And so they've the reasons that the S.W.E.E.T Guild has narrowed it down to these 6 is that probably the Shadowvine also narrowed it down to these 6 and then rolled the dice. And so there's no way of you knowing for sure without approaching the houses which one it's more likely to be.
Got you. Well then, okay, cool. Knowing that, I'm just gonna look at everybody and be like, I know these people, but there's no way of knowing which one it is. We just gotta hit them all. So whatever ones you all want to start with, it's fine with me.
All right.
Maybe
Which one are we going?
Closest then, and just knock them out. But hey, before we go any further, I'd like to know you all. I know you by reputation only, but I'm Caporal von Stobovich.
Good to meet you.
You can just call me Cap. Don't worry about the rest. I'm sorry to say anything. It's just Cap. Just Cap. Who are you?
Or Cap?
Cap. Caporal. Cap. Just Cap is fine. Just Cap.
All right. So we going.
If you
Are we
need
going?
a name, I am Alar.
Alar. Okay.
Hi, Jack.
Cool.
Hey,
And-
I'm Freya.
Okay, Freya. All right. Okay. All right. Let's get to.
The monster lumbers down behind you as well.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that's Steve.
Steve.
I like Steve. Man of few words. Man of
Steve.
action.
Steve essentially looks like the adult that is accompanying you all on this trick-or-treating event.
So Steve didn't shrink at all.
Steve changed, but he's so large to begin with that he was reduced to that of a large teenager or a shorter adult.
Awesome.
If you were to look at this trick-or-treating group, you would say, okay, he's the older, more responsible one of the group.
Got it.
He's our chaperone.
Your chaperone, yes. So which house? So the I heard a few votes for bungalow, but then we started talking about the closest. Which one would
Closest
you
works.
Closest
Yeah,
work?
this just
All
works
right.
for me.
So the closest on your left would be the Creepy Manor. You start to head down the out of the Frankenstein property onto the street and head towards the east of town. Nope, the west of town towards the Creepy Manor. And as you do so, you hear, "Huh! I thought I was the vampire, but you're the ones who suck." Nice one, Timmy. And you look around and you see the only other children that are ready and trick-or-treating along with you, the ones that are out this early, is a group of children on the verge of too old to be doing this anymore on their own, somewhere in the early to mid-teens, but thankfully they have at least put effort into their costumes. You can see that the one who spoke, Timmy, he seems to be the ringleader of the group, and he is dressed like a vampire with the typical sort of popped collar and cape and some very fake-looking fangs, and a painted-on widow's peak for his hair. You see, accompanying him, a man in a child, I should say, in a ghost costume, one in a skeleton costume, a black onesie with skeleton painted on it, one in a knight in shining armor, not too dissimilar to Allah's Igno with his hobby horse. And between the four of them, they're sort of like high-fiving each other and walking past you in the other direction.
What is the? Is there any like special markings on the shining armor kid?
You see that he has a cape that has sort of a red lining to it, a red trim around the inside of it. But otherwise, it looks like a plastic suit of. It looks like a plastic breastplate and a plastic helmet that he may have painted up himself.
I push right through them, and
you push right through them, and they're like, "What are you pushing?" And you're reminded that the moment comes to mind of like potentially decapitating these children, but you decide against it in the moment, knowing that the Paladin Guild is not far away and watching.
Just gotta get to that house.
And you leave them to be, and you are all reminded as a group that time is of the essence. The longer you take to find the poison, the more children will be coming out onto the street and trick or treating and whatnot, and risking danger.
Okay, if these ones eat poison.
yeah, you'd be okay with that.
Perhaps I will be collecting their souls later tonight.
Exactly. It's just a deposit. You just gotta be patient.
So, if we can switch to the map of the creepy old manor with the grounds to it, please. The hill, the house on the hill. As you approach this creepy old manor on the hill on the western edge of town, it's suitably mysterious and scary for Halloween. Past the tall, creaking iron gates, it has a long, winding path that leads its way up the hill past flower beds up to the porch of this house. On the grounds of this house, a cemetery lies off to the right as you approach. We will see this beautifully made map in a moment.
So this map was made, Matt's by Mars, and then the terrain piece it's going to go on was made by Andrew, with a bunch of different little flock trees, and we've got a papercraft house, which is super cool. As
this is
getting
incredible.
set up.
It is so good.
It's so good. So it's
for it.
made from that pink foam, the insulated foam that was carved and flocked. And then we have, I believe some of the trees are Games Workshop trees, along with some trees from Michael's. Some really cool, like, autumnal fluffy trees.
Ooh.
Nice. Look at these amazing trees.
A graveyard. What a wonderful place. Full of lifeless bodies. Their souls haven't been taken where they shall.
I mean, I really like them. They're a great place to get materials. Like, people just leave it there. It's a waste.
One
Like
person's
grocery shopping.
trash is another's treasures, I suppose.
That's true.
Exactly.
Are there any fresh graves?
You can approach the graves and investigate if you wish.
Yeah, I will. Just kind of casually amble over, just see if there's any like
Excellent.
super fresh.
So as our Dampier friend approaches the graves, what are the rest of you doing?
I head directly to the house.
Yeah, directly
I-
towards the house?
Yep. And knock as hard as my small body will allow me.
Wonderful. How about Freya? What is Freya doing?
Freya's gonna follow behind my monkish vampire friend. Kind of also looking for anything fresher. Because, I might come back later. I have one friend. Everyone
there's
needs more
always
friends.
there's always room for more friends. As you do so, as Allah is about 30, 40, 50-ish feet from the door, and the others are similar distance from the graveyard, suddenly there is a sort of a localized earthquake as the ground from all 5 of these graves erupts and sprays out from them 5 zombies. The zombies shamble forwards, and I need to know, does anybody have a passive perception of less than 15? If so, you will be considered surprised for this round of
I
combat.
do not, but I have alert.
Wonderful. So you will not be considered surprised.
Nice.
Nice. I also
And
have
then
alert.
I need you all
Oh,
to
actually,
roll
I do, never mind.
initiative.
Ooh,
I have 5 perception, so I would have 15.
lovely.
All right, let's turn on some battle music.
Oh my god, great initiative. By that I mean I rolled a 1, but
Ooh,
even with a
20,
7 to
30.
initiative.
use the liquid core.
Ugh.
I got a dirty 20.
Plus.
I'm really mad because my one LED change bulb is not changing to blue.
Oh no!
Yeah. There's
13.
I mean, it is before before the sun has properly set. So
It's
we've
very
got the nice
dusky.
dark from this one. We've got the dusk light from over here. I like it. All right, so we'll go down the line. Freya, what was yours?
13.
13 total for Freya. We'll go Andrew next.
16.
16 for Andrew. I don't know why I'm chopping and changing between real names and not real names.
Whatever.
We'll go Keith. What are you?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Very nice.
And a big 8 for me.
And a big 8 for you. That is a good modifier, though.
Yeah.
All right, and then we will go with. And I believe your monster goes on your initiative, does it not?
Yeah, because it's a steel defender.
Yeah.
It takes
Wonderful.
its turn immediately after mine.
Yeah. All right. So nobody is surprised. Is that correct? Nobody had a passive perception less than 15.
No.
Nope, mine is 16, so just kind of made it.
Excellent. So you, as you have approached this this manor, and Allah has split off to the left to go and knock on the door, while the others have split right to go towards the graveyard. The zombies burst forth, and they will use their turns to shamble over to you. Their full speed of 20 feet. They didn't quite make it to you, so they will use their dash actions to get into range. We have basically they're going to split up and they're going to go one to each of you, including your one to your monster. That is their turn. It is on to Keith. Top of the round, Keith.
Oh, right. They haven't made it to us, right?
They've used their dash action to get close. You were saying that you were going towards the door, so you would probably be a little out of range of the one that's shambling your way.
Okay. My riding horse has a move 40, if I recall properly.
Ooh, cool. Top down.
Oh.
We
Very good.
fancy.
All right. Well, I'd like to move my writing. I'd like to use Nightmare to move to the closest zombie.
You absolutely do. You turn Nightmare around, and you feel Nightmare bucking beneath your legs as though a real horse being turned. Even though it's you turning a hobby horse, it still gives you that same sensation
The
of
thrill of the hunt.
Of feeling the power of such a large, majestic animal between your legs. And you set off towards the nearest zombie. You make it easily within Nightmare's movement speed.
I will then strike the zombie with my first attack.
Out comes the blade and takes a strike. Roll an attack.
Sorry, that's going to be a 17 to hit.
17 will definitely hit. Roll me that damage.
Alright, let's see which one. 12 damage.
12 damage, and you strike through this one, and it cuts through a good significant portion of its upper torso. One of the arms gets almost severed, held on by the sinews and the tendons under the armpit. The collarbone was cracked beneath the force of your blade. This zombie stumbles a step back and seems to be holding in there, but it is what I would consider in my game is wounded. You have 2 attacks, I believe.
Correct. Is there another one within range of my attack? Because I'd like to mark that one.
Because they've kind of split up to go one to each of you, this one has shambled towards you, and you were the only one to say that you were going to the door, so I'm going to say that no one's within range of that one.
Okay, then I'll make another strike at this one.
Coming across once, coming across twice. I don't know if you get
21.
do you get bonuses, advantages, or anything for being mounted? Is that a thing
actually,
that you get?
yes, I do technically get advantage on my strikes.
Yeah, because he's shorter than you. He's shambling over to your hobby horse. Technically,
so that's gonna be
because of the magic.
22.
22 definitely hits. Yep.
Yep, and then we'll roll damage. And that second hit is going to be an 8.
And 8 damage, taking him to a total of 20 damage. You strike through once. You strike back with the backhand strike, digging down deeper into that same wound that you've just opened up in the upper torso. Almost cuts through entirely. The top half of him sort of flops over as if held by the muscles and sinews of the left hand side of his torso, and then his left hand comes around and grabs his right hip and kind of pulls him back up onto to standing. He seems like he's standing in there.
Right.
That was 2 attacks. Do you have a third or anything?
I could if I wanted to act search, but I'll leave it there. It is marked, so while it's within 5 feet of me, it has disadvantage on any attack that doesn't target me.
Wonderful. Turns his gaze towards you. It looks like he was once an older human fellow, maybe in his 60s or so, and has been decomposing for at least a year, you'd say. Is that everything you can do on your turn? Any bonus actions or anything?
I don't think there's any bonus actions I wish to use at this point, so no. And turn.
All right, Andrew, you are up, and Ashlyn, you're next.
Okay, so seeing this happen, I'm going to want to, kind of get a little bit behind I'm going to go a little bit to the left to kind of hide behind some of the shrubbery there, and load my crossbow and take a couple shots at the closest one to me.
Wonderful. As you do so, you run behind the bush. You pull down the crossbow, and looking down at it for the first time since you were transformed, you see that it looks like something you would buy from a $2 shop. It looks like a
cap pistol.
A cap gun essentially, but crossbow style. You pull it back and you hope that it still does the trick. It seems under your hands like it's still got the full power of an actual crossbow. It just is designed to look like a toy. Are you taking the hide bonus section behind the trees or anything?
Please.
Excellent. Roll me a stealth check and then roll me an attack.
Am I dumb? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I'm using a new style character sheet. That is a dirty 20.
That will definitely beat their passive perception, strangely. So you are considered hidden, and it gives you advantage on this attack.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the attack would be with the crossbow would be a 18 to hit.
Definitely hits. And you're heading for the one that was coming towards you?
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna move the pieces in a second. Just rolling my dice.
No, it's all good. That's fine. I'm used to using theater of the mind.
4, 8, 12, right? That'd be 18 points of damage total.
18, wonderful. 18 points of damage is significant. So you dart off behind the bush. The zombie that was kind of lumbering towards you looks away just for a moment as this sound of swishing metal hits its companion. It looks over towards that, and you take that momentary advantage to duck into a bush, and it kind of loses sight of you. It turns back, and it has like this confused look on its partially decomposed face. And then suddenly it realizes where you've gone as an arrow strikes it in the side of the head, popping out one of its eyes, and then it turns to look at you. And it seems like it wasn't quite enough to take it out in one shot, but it is what I would consider wounded.
Okay.
Is there anything else you can do on your turn? You've taken the bonus hide and an attack action.
Yeah, I don't think I have a second attack, so that's gonna be...
It's gonna be you?
That's gonna be... Can I just... I guess I can't, as a bonus action, have my familiar go do something, right?
I believe it would say so if you... I think the familiar acts on its own turn, as per the... It's from the Find Familiar spell?
Yes.
Yes. So for simplicity, I'll say that the familiar will take the initiative immediately after yours, and you can tell... You can choose whether the familiar goes before your turn or after, but because we've forgotten about it, I'll say it's after.
Okay,
what would you have your...
I'm just gonna say, like, Edgar, go find out how many there are, and just have them take off to kind of do a swoop around the area to like investigate what's up.
And I believe the familiar can telepathically communicate with you, so it will do so on its turn. It will do an overarching bird's eye view of the graveyard, and you hear it say, "No more."
Did you mean nevermore?
I was trying to make a pun of that, and I was like, I can't make nevermore really work into this, but no more's close enough. So it seems like there are just the 5 graves that have burst upwards.
Okay.
That is your turn. Ashlyn, you're up, and Judd, you're next. What would you like to do, Freya?
I'm going to kind of fiddling with a few runes and bottles, kind of crack one of my vials, and I'm going to throw it forward, and I'm casting Fairy Fire.
Oh, lovely.
Trying to hit just the zombies, not my righty friend.
Yes, your righty friend has thankfully pulled off a little more to the towards the door as his zombie shambled towards him, and so you won't get the righty, and I'll say,
25.
I'll say you can get the rest. So it's a dexterity saving throw for Fairy Fire?
Yes, dex save.
Ooh, that's a good one. So the righty guy actually got a 19 on the dice, so that's going to succeed. What's your DC?
16.
16. All right. The next guy fails, the one with the arrow sticking out of it, the bolt sticking out of his head. Then we've got the one that is headed towards you, let's say. That's going to be a failure as well. Then we'll go with the one that is headed towards your monster. And, 19 again, so that's going to succeed, even with its negative dex. And then we've got, who have we got left? The one heading towards... Who am I missing? The vampire. The one heading towards your Dampier friend is also a failure.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Damn that
Well done.
negative dexterity modifier. So as you concoct this quick potion, it has an exothermic reaction, and it starts to boil in the small vial in your hands, and you know better than to hold on to this for too long, because as you stick the stopper on, the pressure grows within it until it's about to boil over and explode, and you batter up You throw it and you send it into the group right between the lot of them, and as it hits the ground, there is an explosion as the glass vial shatters and sends out this almost luminescent, glowing goo that drenches three of them. One of them manages to avoid the brunt of it as he's behind another, and the one with the Headless Horseman is a little too far to get the brunt of it, getting only flecks instead. But the ones that are hit are now glowing in luminous bright goo that will give you advantage on our next attack, I believe.
Any attack.
Any attack that goes into them, that's good.
For the next minute while I'm concentrating. It's like
Fire
a
is
glitter
an
bomb.
action or a bonus action?
That is an action.
An action. So you've got a bonus and movement.
Yeah, I don't believe I actually have anything I can do as a bonus action at the moment. So I'm going to
command your monster as a bonus, I think, isn't it?
Oh, is that a...
I'm not sure. I can't. I've not played Battlesmith Out of Ficer
I
in a
have
while.
not either. I've only played Artillerist. I do not have to commit. Oh, yep. Take bonus action on your turn to commit it to take one of the actions on its stat block. Excellent. So I'm gonna turn to Steve. Like, go get him, Steve.
That's to lumber
Go
forward.
play.
So Steve will move his movement up to them. I'm sure that with them dashing towards him and him moving towards them, they'll probably be able to get in range.
Yeah,
you can,
he's 40 feet of movement.
Yeah, there you go. So he lumbers up. What's his attack? Just a slam?
Yeah, so it's... Do you want me to do the rolls for those?
You can do so, yeah.
Sure, just because I have the block.
Yeah.
So, slamming down with a big... That's... Math. 17 to hit.
Excellent. Going for the one that was closest to him. That is 17 damage. This zombie is considered wounded.
Oh no, that was 17 to hit.
Oh, 17 to hit. Was that with advantage because it was glowing?
It was not, but now that is a 21 to hit.
It definitely still hits. Yep.
And
what
then
damage?
it's 10 force damage.
10 force damage. Wonderful. Force damage even. So his hands, as he slams down, he's crackling into the sort of fundamental magic that makes up the realities of the planes, the magic that existed before the worlds even existed, the force magic, the raw force energy, and part of that energy is what you tapped into yourself during his creation, and it releases. It crackles down his arms, almost like static electricity, until it reaches his hands, and then his hands go almost ethereal for a moment, coming back into the material plane just on contact and releasing that force energy into the target. The zombie he's hitting is not considered wounded, but it is definitely taken a few broken bones. His head is a little bit skew-whiff from the shattered collarbone and musculature of the upper body. Is that all your Monster Steve can do?
That is all my Monster Steve can do.
Wonderful. That is your turn then, I believe, unless you wish to move.
Nope, that's it. Oh wait,
Judd.
I was gonna move a little bit forward and then to the right, more towards the trees.
Back and to the left. Forward and to the right. Alright. As you do so, you run over to the trees. Judd, you've stumbled over to this thing, triggering the attack, and then taking your time to sort of right yourself on your cape, having stood on it. What do you want to do?
Yeah, once I get my feet, would you consider the lighting to be dim? Is it kind of dim lighting, or is it still bright?
It is still bright at this stage. It's probably if the sun sets around 6 p.m., it's probably around 5:15ish. So we're getting towards sunset, but
still kind of golden hour. Okay.
Yeah.
So I sprint towards the closest zombie. That's
you managed to get to it within your range.
Okay, and as I go into like a kind of a cartwheel, and as I come out of the cartwheel, you see my legs snap together into one kind of force and just plow right into the head of that zombie, going for a strike. This is advantage, right?
Yes, because you're going for one of the ones that's glowing in Freya's magical goo.
Cool. Those are both terrible. Okay, even at advantage, that's only 14.
14 is still enough to hit. They are slow, shambling mounds of flesh.
Right.
So you slam into it with your two-footed strike, make the damage.
Damage is on the first strike is 6 points.
6 points on the first.
And then the strike kind of carries me through. I feel like the snap of the neck, and I kind of sail over and try to land behind, and immediately just kind of do this controlled punch right for the spine, trying to like snap the spine in two.
Nice. So as you slam it into its chest, it sort of buckles over backwards, almost falling prone. But as it does so, its leg kind of snaps in a weird angle beneath it, which gives it the leverage to just immediately kind of push up off of that broken leg and stand back up again. And it turns just as you're landing down behind it. Bam! You smack it in the back. Roll your attack. Still with the advantage because of the fairy fire.
That is 22.
22 definitely hits.
So, and that is 5 points of damage.
Wonderful.
How messed up is this one looking?
This, with that last strike, you definitely feel something crack beneath your knuckles, and parts of its body go limp. You've severed any sort of semblance of magical nerve damage, nervous system that it has, and it is now starting to be considered wounded. Okay. Of course, decomposing, rotting bodies are hard to tell when they're wounded.
Yeah,
but this one is definitely showing signs of your beating.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and blow a key point. I'm going for flurry of blows.
Nice.
I'll get that off in a second. So it's 2 attacks, right?
It is 2 attacks for flurry of blows.
And they're both at advantage still?
Both at advantage because he's still glowing.
Let's do it. Wow, these dice are terrible. That one hits, so it's 14. Another 14.
14 hits still.
And then I'll just roll my second one.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a 21. So it's both hit for... I can do this. 7 points total
7
for those
points
two.
Total for the 2 hits.
Yeah.
Wonderful. The hit, it definitely stays standing. You try and sweep the leg, and your leg hits resistance. It definitely injures parts of his body, but you're in a normal living creature, you'd expect it to tip over because you've hit in the front of the knee, the direction it doesn't seem to want to go. But his knee just kind of gives out of the way backwards and swings through, and he doesn't fall. He just kind of is held aloft by his own magic, I suppose. So your final punch comes through, and right in the side of the head, it kind of rights him up again. He's definitely taking a beating, but he's still in the fight. That was your action, your bonus action, and your movement to get there, so that's you. It is now the zombie's turn. That one will start with you. We'll turn around and try and slam into you, raising up one hand, and then another. What's your armor class there? Vampire monk? 16. We have a dirty 20 and a 6. So the first of the 2 will strike you, and it will strike you for 4 points of bludgeoning damage right across the side of the chin. And then the other one comes in and hits you in the stomach, but you kind of tense up, and Harry Houdini style, manage to tank that punch.
Nice.
Then we will go, let's go in reverse order, We'll go back to Steve. Steve, who has just driven down his hand, wham, into the top of this this skeleton. It kind of, the zombie uses its momentum as it's getting hit in this side to bring up this fist and try and punch Steve right across the face. That's almost the same rolls. That is a 9 and less than that on the second one. So Steve just, he does clock Steve in the face, but Steve doesn't even react to it. Two zombie hands come up to just like strike and slam and slap at Steve, and it's just not getting through at all. Then we'll go to Freya, the one that is not, I'm losing track of which one's which, but the one that is not yet damaged, the only one that is not yet damaged, will move towards you, Freya, with its full movement, and it should get there, I believe. So it will then make slam attack against you. That is a 16 to hit.
AC 18.
AC 18, so it misses.
Ooh.
As it's coming in to hit, what is it that you're wearing that knocks it off? Are you wearing armor? Do you parry it? What? So you can describe how it misses.
Freya has what was not obviously a shield before, but now kind of like glows into view. Her glove on her right side has runes etched into it that act as a shield.
And as the zombie strikes at you with an open-handed sort of clawing attack, it's just knocked aside by this shield as it activates from your glove.
This experience on Tuesday.
As it as it is kind of blasted to the side here, it uses that swinging momentum. Whether it means to or not, its left leg comes up and sort of joins that arc. Wham! And with an 18, it just makes it past that shield and hits you in the thigh for 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Right.
Then the one with Jack. We'll go with the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow. The clown is what scary clown, and came out as Scarecrow. the one going for the scary clown. With an arrow sticking out of its eye, it sort of looked back to where you were, and given that you gave your position away when you took the attack, it is going to shamble over towards you. And if it cannot get to you, which I don't believe it can, it's going to go its full movement, and then it is going to... Is it going to use its once per day? How damaged is it? Pretty damaged. It is going to tear off its arm, and it is just going to lob it at you for a ranged melee attack.
Nice.
It does, unfortunately, mean that he only gets one attack from now on, but he's removing his chance at one multi-attack in order to make a ranged punch attack.
I respect the dedication.
That is going to be an 18 to hit.
Yeah, I'm looking at this guy going, what the? And just clocks me right in the head. I'm confused.
Fist comes in and crack! Right in the face, and it is going to be 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Then it is finally back up to the guy who is almost chopped in half, has managed to pull himself back up to full and looks towards you, and then he is going to take a strike against you, Alar. Alar Ikno, that is a 17 to hit. 18. So describe, how does it miss? What is he hitting instead?
His feeble little arms bounce off my plate mail.
It just hits you and does nothing to you. And then the second one does a similar thing. He's just kind of like pounding on your chest, and it's doing nothing. That is all of the zombies. Back to the top of the round with Keith.
All right.
You didn't. Oh, you got hit, Freya. Can you make a concentration check, please, for your your
advantage on because you're a caster. Yeah, that's a over 20.
Yeah, you maintain concentration on that spell. All right, Keith. Andrew, you next.
All right. Question: does my riding horse get an attack, or are we combining all of my stuff into one?
I am not super familiar with mounted combat. Is it normal for your... I think when you mount a thing that is not sentient, it just becomes your mount, and all it can do is dash.
Okay. Works for me.
Your movement becomes their movement, and but if you have a cavalier thing that says otherwise,
nope.
I'm happy
all
to.
Right. I will strike at the zombie in front of me.
All right.
For 14.
A 14 will definitely hit.
All right. Let's see. And it's going to be 8 damage.
8 damage? All right. 8 damage. The zombie goes down. You strike it through. It turns towards you. It's pounding on your body like this. One of its arms kind of limp because it's cut through this part of its body. And you see that opening up again as it's swinging. Every time it swings that arm to try and hit you with it, it's making more and more obvious where the slice is. So you've only got one more little to sever through. You aim true, and it severs through the upper torso, and it's slopped to the side.
All right, sweet. Then, what is going to be? Can I reach the one that's attacking Freya?
With your riding horse movement, you absolutely can. Yes, you.
All right.
Head charging over
I will
to Freya.
charge towards it. Yep. Nightmare.
Lovely,
forward.
lovely horse movement there, Andrew.
And then I will come
Thank
through
you.
and strike.
All right, make your attack.
I do what I can, Rob. I do what I can.
Nat 20.
Yeah, 20.
Ooh,
Hooray for advantage. 'Cause
Nice.
Otherwise it was like an 11. All right.
I love Fairy Fire. It's like one of my
that's so
favorite.
good.
Oh no,
Same.
I'm
You're not-
mounted.
Yeah, I was going to say you didn't have advantage because Fairy Fire you did because you were mounted.
Oh, right.
The one attacking you is not Fairy Fired. Freya.
That's right. I wasn't paying attention.
No worries.
Oh,
Oof. 12 damage.
12 damage total from a crit.
Yes.
Oh, I like to do brutal crits in my games, so I max out the damage you could have possibly rolled, and then you roll one more time.
Ah,
So-
okay. So it'd be... Let's reroll one of these then, right?
Yeah.
So
Or
it's basically
reaction?
an 8 and then a 1d8.
Yeah,
Okay, so 8, 6, 6, 12, 20 damage on the
20
crit.
damage. That is much better. 20 damage. Thankfully for it was unattacked. This was the only one that had yet to take damage, and so it does not outright kill it, but it
And
does
it is
take it
now marked.
very close to death. You strike through it. Whereabouts are you aiming? For the head? Oh, for the head, probably for you, right? It's always
Yeah.
about decapitation.
Mm.
You strike across and you get right through its both shoulder blades as if you're pushing through solid butter. You push through its shoulder blades, it gets almost to its almost all the way decapitated through its upper half. But you don't quite make it all the way through the last sinews of the pectoral muscles, which are holding the top half of it back on. It is now marked. It sort of turns its head round to see you behind it on the hobby horse. Anything else you can do with your turn?
I'm gonna pass turn at that.
Wonderful. Andrew, you're up.
okay. So I am going to kind of hunker down behind this bush, being like, what the hell did I just let happen to me? And get kind of real mad. And I'm going to grab the amulet that I wear on my chest. And I'm going to use my phase step. And which allows me, it's essentially Misty Step
Yep.
for Eldrin. So I'm going to pop right behind it. And it's already fairy fired. So I'm going to pop right behind it where it was and try to run it through the back with my rapier.
Awesome. So as you are standing in the bushes, you tap into your Eladrin nature, the Fey origins, and the trees above you turn from autumnal leaves to dead sort of winter leaves, and they drop off of the trees. And as they do, they sort of swirl around you in an instant and teleport you to behind him. You have advantage on the strike. Make the attack.
Yep. That would be another 22, actually.
Definitely hits. Roll that damage.
All right, so 2, 5, 10. That'd be 14 damage on this guy. And then he also needs to do a wisdom saving throw, else he'll be frightened.
These guys are super wise, obviously, as most zombies are. So that's going to be a 1, a dirty 1. So he is considered frightened of you, unless he's immune to that. Nope, he's not immune to being frightened, apparently. So you appear behind him, run him through, and as you do so, you feel like something snapped beneath your blade. So you drove through the spine and spinal column, and his body goes limp and falls to the ground. And then as you turn around and withdraw your blade to turn around, you hear... and as you turn back, you see that this thing gets back up again, and something snaps back into place in its back, and it is going to use its undead fortitude, and unfortunately, he rolled well enough to survive. He was driven to 0, but managed to bring himself back from the brink. He is considered frightened of you, however, because you've killed him once.
Yep.
Enough to make anybody frightened. All right, is that everything you can do? Bonus to Misty Step, and then action to attack. It is now Ashland's go.
All right. I'm going to kind of sidestep around this. I'm going to stay in combat with the zombie that's right in front of me, and then I'm going to lightning lure the one that's in front of Steven.
All right, make your... Is it an attack or a dex?
First. Sorry, I have it on here. It's taking too long to load. All right, so it needs to make a strength saving throw.
Strength
16.
save. And is that the secondary effect of lightning blow? Do you also have to
Nope.
roll for an attack?
Nope.
No, it just automatically hits.
It automatically hits, but it doesn't do damage until the save.
Yeah, right. Gotcha. That makes
do-
perfect sense.
Yeah. So much harder.
Strength save is going to be a 12, so that's going to fail.
All right, so it takes 9 damage.
As it's trying to pound against Steve and just not getting through. Suddenly, this lightning. Where does the lightning come from with your artificer's stuff?
Lightning is coming from the other glove, which I have a rapier out, but the other glove is now glowing, and it kind of shoots out from the wrist like Spider-Man.
Yeah, crackles out from the wrist. The rapier in your hand actually acting like a lightning rod, with which you are very familiar as a person who has raised Frankenstein's monster. And you fire out at this zombie, and your connection to lightning and the natural electricity of a nervous system, it blasts it in the back, and you almost take control of its nervous system for a second, pulling it back, making it hobble and walk backwards away from Steve towards 10 feet towards you. Is that right?
Yep, 10 feet towards me.
And how much damage did he take?
9.
9 points of damage. He's considered wounded. He was forced to leave that guy's range, so Steve does not get an attack of opportunity, unfortunately. I'm not sure if Steve would anyway.
I'm going to tell Steve to get him again.
Nice. So that was your
Come get
action.
it! Come get it!
And then bonus tell Steve to move. Come on. Steve runs forwards. Big slam attack from Steve. You can roll that for me. You have advantage because of fairy fire, I believe.
Oh yes, that's a fairy fired one. Hell yeah. That's much better. That's 19 to hit.
19 hits.
And then that's going to be another 10 damage because I'm rolling really well on this corruption dice.
All right, 10 damage. Undead Fortitude. Let's see what happens. A natural 1. He goes down as Steve comes in. Steve grabs the back of what's remaining from this guy's decomposing scalp and then just pulls backwards with one hand on its shoulder until the spine comes all the way out and the body goes limp. And Steve is holding in the head with a spine dangling from it, which he drops.
Good boy.
That is Steve. That is you. Judd, you're up.
Yeah, so I see I've still got one right in front of me. I kind of go down into a crouch and take a sec to look at the connection of kind of the floppy head on the neck and wait for that moment and just lightning strike, come up and try to break that neck.
Nice.
This one's still fairy fired?
I believe so, yep.
Okay. I have to get new dice after this. That's it. That first strike misses. Just time it badly in my hand, just whiffs or it gets...
They have a very low armor class as zombies.
No, 6. I rolled
6 will miss.
1 and 5. I mean, these are the first time I ever used these dice. These just get thrown away after this. All right, and missing that. Shit, come on.
It's not that you miss; it's that you hit. But there's just a surprising amount of musculature that doesn't manage to snap the force that you were trying with.
And I just breathe out for a second, try to remember my training, go center mass this time, and try to put my whole weight of my body behind it. And
you can't hit a side of a barn door, stumble bitch. You hear from flashback of memory as you're failing your training.
Right, like and I almost just like miss completely, but at the last second, it kind of just fuels my rage, and I actually rolled a nat 20 on that. So
nice.
Finally, so let me roll my piddly little damage here. That is, you would say you max it out and then roll again?
Yeah. On a crit, max out what you could have rolled, and then roll it again.
Okay, so that would be a 6 plus 2, so 8. And then another 6.
Nice. So 14 points of damage, and he doesn't get his undead fortitude because it was from a crit. So you hear the sound of Tazia from memory, was it? The one that was bullying?
Exactly, Trazia, yeah.
Trazia. Try harder, stumble bitch. And you I'll show you, Trazia. You punch right through the back of the base of the skull of this particular zombie, and you're wearing him like a greave, and then the zombie goes down. All right,
Nice.
like a sleeve rather than not a greave. There's on your legs. That is Judd's turn. Oh no, you've got your bonus actions, right? As a monk.
I have bonus action, and I have 50 speed of movement, so I think I can.
Oh, you can definitely get to somebody. Yeah.
Get to that other guy, and then I'm just gonna bonus action. Oh, there's one there too. I see.
Yeah, there's one over by the scary clown, and there's one over by the other two.
Let's see.
Both are looking wounded.
All right, I'll just go to the closest one. Actually, no, I'll go to the scary clown one since that one's got double teamed. There you go. And do my final. I'll just do a regular unarmed strike here. And sorry, is this one fairy fired?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. And that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Excellent. That definitely hits. Roll damage.
For 7 points.
7 points. And he fails his undead fortitude, and he goes down. So just as he's getting back up again, you see this as Jack has turned his back on the one that he thought was dead. You see from a distance, just as you finished killing this one, you look across and you see that Jack has not yet noticed that this undead fortitude has allowed this other one to get back up again, and just as he goes to strike Jack, you run over and sort of jumping Superman punch, wham, right across the face of this thing, which spins its head all the way around.
Nice.
And then it falls to the ground. That, I believe, is your turn. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, it is now the zombie's turn, of which I believe there is only one. The zombie will turn to the one that marked it, and it will try and take 2 strikes at you. A la Ichno. Both. Oh no, neither will hit because of your armor class. The highest is a 17.
18.
Yep. So somebody in plate mail, hard for a zombie to slam against. So again, he turns around. And he's just trying to swing at you and hit, and it is not doing anything. And just as the zombie finishes this, there is that's enough from the doorway of the house, and with the clapping sound, the zombie goes limp, turns towards the grave, and just starts kind of like wandering forwards, leaving both of your ranges, and you can take him out if you wish.
I take the attack of opportunity.
You do so.
Woo! 1 and 18.
Nice.
So 18. It'll hit.
It will definitely hit. It will do enough damage to kill, and actually do roll the damage because I need to know for the undead fortitude DC.
That is for 10 damage.
10 damage. So he makes his undead fortitude. As you strike through, you chop off one of its legs, and then it just starts crawling along towards the graves. By the doorway, you can see there is a red-skinned tiefling. She stands at the doorway, and she's dressed as a devil, leaning into her devilish heritage. She just has a devil's cloak on, and that's pretty much all she's had to do. She says, "Wonderful work, wonderful costumes. I expected you to get a little frightened by my decorations this year, but it seems that you're quite adept, and you're the first ones to arrive. Come get your selection of candy." And she holds out a bowl for you.
I will trot forward on my hobby horse about 10 feet away. I will unmount my hobby horse and walk the rest of the way.
A hobby horse kind of, as it looks to everybody else like you've driven it into the ground so that it's staying standing at a horse sort of angle, but in actuality it's just your horse actually standing there.
Yeah, and I will take the candy and immediately shove it down my gullet.
Wonderful. So as you do so, because you are the first to arrive, how this works, I have mechanics for candies. The longer you take on certain things, if you choose to get distracted or try and split the party or try and if you get caught TPing and you're accosted by the neighborhood watch, things like that. The longer you take, the more children have gotten to that house before you. But because you are the first ones here, you actually get the quote-unquote mind-blowing candy.
Oh.
You can describe your own personal preference as to what the mind-blowing candy is. I don't want to be giving sponsorships to people that haven't paid us. But you can make your own mind up about what particular mind-blowing candy this person has. But as you chuck it down your gullet, it has certain effect. You gain 7 temporary hit points, and for the next minute, you are under the effect of the haste spell.
Sugar rush.
As the sugar rush hits. The rest of you can approach. It does not seem like this one was the poisoned candy.
After watching him take a piece and being fine after a second, I'll go up and kind of inspect the bowl and grab a piece and eat it.
You inspect, you find the mind-blowing candy, the candy that you particularly like. You grab it, you eat it. You also gain 4 temporary hit points, and you're under the effect of haste for the next minute. As the sugar
Can I
rush.
give a piece of candy to Nightmare?
To Nightmare? You absolutely can. You can take a piece. Giving it to your... what was her name? Regret. Regret, the tiefling, will only allow you to take 1 piece of candy each. Your monster, however, she does believe is an actual person, and so he can also take a piece of candy. But Nightmare, unfortunately, you will have to take yours if you take it.
I'll have Steve.
I already
give
ate mine,
him-
so.
Steve will give Nightmare the.
So Steve grabs a piece of candy as well, hands it to Nightmare. Nightmare will gain, nice, 12. 12 points of temporary hit points and is under the effect of haste for a minute.
That just
Nice.
pretty much doubles Nightmare's hit points. So that's nice.
Seriously. I also go over and I kind of absently take a piece of candy, but I kind of just smell the air and like kind of move a little bit closer to her. And my hand starts to shake a little bit, and I'm just, he's smell really good.
You have a wonderful costume, she says. I think you're just smelling is the cookies that I'm baking.
Yeah, that's it. It's not the blood. Okay, thanks for the candy. I better get away really. And I just like start like backing up and trip and fall down on my knee. Thank you.
You managed to overcome your own desire. So you're holding on to your candy. You're not eating it now.
No, I think I like absentmindedly put it in my mouth and
you will eat it now. All right, then in that case you
chewing.
gain 7 temporary hit points and the effect of haste.
I'm.
You also have one, Freya.
I'm gonna grab my candy, and while I'm grabbing it, just like, do you usually try and kill everybody?
Oh no, no, they don't kill. They merely accost.
Maim or seriously injure?
There are differences. It seems that my decorations may have been a little overzealous, but there's nothing that a little candy can't fix. As you rub your thigh from the damage from the one kicking you.
Yes, they were rather meek.
I mean, if it were me, I'm gonna start just like listing out like anatomical changes. I would make.
Here's what I would change.
We must
So-
go.
Some of the defects of the human body means that they only get this many arms. And so you taking your candy and eating it now, or are you going to save?
I'm going to save it.
You're going to save yours. Excellent. You can write mind-blowing candy in your inventory. The rest of you are hopped up on your amazing sugar.
We must go quickly.
Hasten.
Who's with me? Someone jump up on the Nightmare. We will go now. For this house. Let's go.
As Ala quickly jumps onto the hobby horse that is already kind of moving on its own accord, you jump on and with lightning speed, you are down the garden path, almost back to the
Dashing.
future. Fire left in your wake, and the rest of them following at their own respective hasted speeds, leaving Freya and Steve.
Because I'm hitting a ride on Steven, but
gives like an adult giving piggyback to their kid. Yeah, you are hitching a ride with Stephen, walking a slow sort of relatively slow to these hasted people, lumbering speed down the hill. You make it back to the town, and you are greeted with, "I thought I was the ghost, but it's you guys who've got nobody who likes you." Come on, Willie.
I charge past, dashing,
as the
potentially trampling them.
but without a care. So the group from before, have emerged from a nearby house, not one of the 6 in question, with bags with some beginnings of candy in them, and the ghost, who's apparently called Willie, was berating you for your costumes. They continue on down the road, narrowly avoiding you as you charge through them at lightning speed. If you wish to actually make an attack, you can do so, but you do notice that as the children are starting to pour out into the streets for trick-or-treating, so come the Neighborhood Watch. Neighborhood Watch are a group of rather grumpy, shall we say, adults who do not have children to trick-or-treat with, and instead try and patrol the town to make sure that no tricking exceeds the level of treating. So you can make an attack at these children if you want, but you will potentially be putting yourself in the danger of the Neighborhood Watch seeing. So you will just charge through, and since you are
40 feet or something.
Since you are by far the fastest one, where are you headed?
I'm gonna head towards the homely place, as you described.
The homely one. The homely one is pretty much across the road. It is the next, the homely semi-detached. So as you charge down, you are reaching the gates of this homely detached before Freya is even reaching the gates of the previous place. The rest of you are also keeping up relatively well, if only you had a horse. Actually, the monk, you are probably keeping up even on foot.
Yeah, I'm like...
Yeah, you're running alongside, almost vampire flying. And you hear the Neighborhood Watch call out, "Oh, stop running! There's enough candy for everybody!" You disappear faster.
No, there's not!
All right, as you arrive, let me close down Creepy Manor now and open up.
As we go by the kids, as I'm running by the kids, can I pull out one of my daggers real quick, real kind of slight, like having it run by, kind of running up my arm so it's kind of hidden, and just kind of like slice across the bottom of the sack of candy that he's already bragging about.
Awesome. Yes, you absolutely can. Make a first make a sleight of hand check to see if it's possible for the Neighborhood Watch to see your dagger.
Okay. That'd be a 21.
21. You definitely conceal it with utmost proficiency. Now make an attack.
That would be a 14.
That is enough. You strike across the bottom of the sack. Who are you going for? The ringleader sort of guy is the vampire. Then we've got a ghost, a skeleton, and a knight.
Whatever one's mouthing off the most.
Currently, it was the ghost. The vampire said, "I thought I was the vampire, but it's your costumes that suck." The ghost said, "I thought I was the ghost, but it's you that's got no body that likes you." And so you go for the ghost. Right across the bottom of his sack, and he doesn't even notice. It's so swift and stealthy with his sleight of hand so high that he doesn't even realize he's going to notice at the next house when he puts out his candy, and it drops all the way through. Appropriate for a ghost.
Can I also be a bit of an extra dick and have mage hand just like right underneath?
You absolutely can. So as you rush past, especially with your hasted extra action, you conjure a mage hand on the way, which grabs, and you're an arcane trickster, aren't you? So you can make it an invisible legerdemain. Grabs his candy, pops it in your own. Wonderful. You can, for such a very successful heist, you can add an extra piece of mind-blowing candy to your inventory.
Awesome.
You guys make it to the homely semi-detached house. You see and just as you're arriving at the gates, your haste wears off. All of you go into the sugar crash. And you are lethargic for a round, giving Freya and Steve enough time to catch up. So you all arrive just as you guys are coming back from your sugar crash to see this homely semi-detached house has a large garden and a straight path. As the party start to walk up it, though, the upstairs window opens up and the cellar window opens up, and 3 young boys, 2 at the upper windows and 1 at the lower, all start pelting the pathway with water balloons. Poof! And the one in the cellar window has got a water gun. A very powerful water gun that he's pelting the path with. You can hear the boys say, let me get the accent right. Mum says we're allowed to keep any candy that we have at the end of the night, so you're not allowed any. And they're pelting the pathway. As you all arrive and look up at this, you see that they're pelting them with quite a bit of force. So you have a choice. You can either persevere up the pathway, trying to avoid attacks from this water blasting, or looking to your right, you can see that out of the sight of the boys' windows, there is a series of sort of playground equipment for this homely semi-detached. There is a climbing frame, a pond that is next to a tire swing, and on the other side of that, there is a dog kennel with a rather dangerous-looking guard dog chained to the kennel. So you can choose. You have a choice: persevere up the path, or take an obstacle course to avoid it.
I'm going to try to intimidate the children.
All right, make an intimidation check for me, please.
While he's distracting the kids, can I have both Edgar and my mage hand go over and let loose the dog?
17.
You can do. 17, and tell me how you're intimidating them.
I will hold up my head and say, if you hit me with that water, you will be the ones who will not have any candy by the end of the night as I steal your souls.
All right, I will roll for each of them to see how stubborn they are about this candy. One of them at the upper window goes, steal this, and he just like throws a thing, but it's clear that you've gotten to him, and his attacks are going to be at disadvantage if you were to wander up the pathway. Edgar flies over to the dog kennel with your leisure demand hand. Can you make a lockpicking check? Do you have lockpicks on your person, and do you give them to the hand?
I have thieves' tools, so I'm assuming there's lock.
Yeah, that's your lockpicks are involved. So you use your thieves' tools check, which is your dexterity based, and as a rogue you are proficient in it. So dexterity plus proficiency.
Damn it, nat 1.
Oh,
Nat 1. Your thieves' tools poke this dog in the eye, and you seem to have angered it, increasing the amount of damage that you'll take if you actually go past this dog without a successful animal handling check now.
okay.
So, what are the rest of you doing?
Quick question: is it dim yet? Dim light?
It is now about 5:30-ish, and so it
Okay.
is starting to get towards twilight. I'll say it's on the. There are parts of the garden that would be dim,
Okay.
but at this early stage of your 6 houses, it's unlikely to be dim light.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I see that water being streamed out from the water gun, and I very quickly back up, and
Yeah, not liking running water.
I think I'll check out the back. I'll go this way, and I split off toward the.
All right. So,
playground.
in order to succeed this direction towards the door, you first arrive at the climbing frame, and I need an athletics check from you, please.
Oh no. Athletics. I have a +2. That's an 11.
An 11. That is still significant for what you needed. That is still sufficient. So you managed to monkey bar over the climbing frame to
Okay.
get to an area. So you're standing on the climbing frame, ready to jump onto the tire swing to take you over the pond.
Okay.
For this one, it is going to be an acrobatics check.
Nice, okay. I'm in my element now. Not much. Well, so 14.
A 14 is still sufficient. You managed to acrobatics on this tire swing over the pond and land next to the dog kennel. You now need to make an animal handling check.
Okay.
And I'm going to use message to be like, let the dog loose.
It's an 11.
An 11 is what you need. You manage to placate the dog before it bites you. It is angered, but it is not going to outright bite you. You manage to get past the dog if you wish to with the message in your head. You can now go back to the dog and try and let him loose. But you, as an individual of the party, are close enough to the house that you can get to the door now.
Okay. Like, no, I got it. And just try to quickly get to the door.
All right, you do so. You are greeted by a middle-aged human woman dressed as a witch. And she offers you a bowl of candy. She says, "Oh, lovely costume."
Is it? And I kind of intensely look at her, take a step closer, trying to get a read on if I trust this woman or not.
Make an insight check.
That's terrible. These dice are terrible. That's a 9.
A 9. I mean, she's dressed as a witch and she's got sort of a witchy prosthetic nose and things, so it's a little bit hard to read facial expressions, but she's not giving you any reason to not trust her, except for the fact that her children are pelting the garden path with water balloons.
Yeah, you have terrible children, but I will take a piece of candy. I'm already dead.
You take the piece of candy. Because you guys have not dilly-dallied or undergone any particular delays yet, you get a piece of mind-blowing candy.
Oh, nice.
Do you eat it now?
No, I'm gonna hold on to this one.
You're gonna hold on to this one. All right. So the rest of you see that your vampire monk friend has made it to the door. What are the rest of you doing? Are you going up the path or across the obstacle course?
I will charge up the path using dash.
All right. You charge up the path. Each of the children get one attack on you. That one, the one with disadvantage, because you frightened him, definitely misses. As his water bomb goes sailing off into the garden. The next two, however, both get a. Where are my notes? There it is. The lowest one was an 18. So 18 and a 21. You take a total of 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you realize that some of the water balloons that they're throwing have perhaps partially been frozen. and so you take a bit of bludgeoning damage from the water and the general force of the water gun from the cellar. But after that, you do make it to the path, dripping wet. And she says, "Oh, I'm so sorry about that, love. My children can get a little bit overzealous. Are you okay?" And she hands you a bowl of candy.
And I'm going to intimidate her to give me. I'm going to try to intimidate her to get me 2 pieces of candy for her terrible children.
All right.
I will take your children's souls unless you give me 2 pieces of candy for this disgrace.
All right. Make an intimidation check.
While he's doing that, I wanted to try to make my way up the path, but like as I'm doing my rogueness,
25.
I want to dash between like any bushes and stuff to try to like hide and like kind of zigzag to
Nice.
Hard to hit a moving target.
You will essentially be taking the dodge action. By doing so, you'll be granting disadvantage on all their attacks against you, but it will, because you're not dashing, you will take twice as long to get there. So they'll have 2 attempts attacking you, but all of it will be at disadvantage. What was your intimidation?
25.
25. She is sufficiently intimidated. She says, "You know what? I think that's fair. You hearing that, Adam, Martin, Robert? You hearing? I'm giving away more candy because of your deeds. You're gonna have even less to deal with at the end of the night. You only got yourself to blame." And she gives you 2 pieces of mind-blowing candy.
I will hold on to both.
It is now. Yes. Then you dodged up the garden path. All 3 are going to be at disadvantage. That's going to miss. What is your armor class? Ooh, 14. Pretty good. 14 plus.
I think it's 15.
That one is a 16 with disadvantage. Then this one is a 13.
It is 15. So one would have.
Oh,
hit.
nice. Not 20 or a 17. So that's pretty good. So that's going to be 2 hits. And I've rolled 4 of them. 2. This is the 5th. Oh, an 18 and a 19. That's 3 hits.
Why gotta roll harder against me?
I know, right? And then a 3. The 3 out of the 6.
They don't like clowns.
Attempts. They're pelting and pelting and pelting. That's going to be 4. Another 2 is 6. And another 2 is 8. 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you are hit with water. The makeup on your face starts to run. But you do make it to the door, and you do get presented a piece of candy. You have a piece of mind-blowing candy.
I'm just going to take it, and I'm going to look her dead in the eye and not even say thank you and be like, your kids are dicks. And then like...
you walked back down the path. You managed to avoid they don't pelt you as you're leaving. They're trying to dissuade people from arriving.
Freya
it
is
seems
going to...
it seems that the last person that they've got to try and dissuade is Freya and Steve.
She's going to pull down the glasses. Let's roll. And I'm going to hold the shield glove above me.
And you're going up the garden path?
Oh, that's really hard to see out of. Yeah, I'm going up.
Alrighty.
So I have a question.
Yes.
It's definitely a more rule of cool, more than rule of written. The shield is a repulsion shield.
Okay.
Technically, that's like if the wheeler can use a reaction immediately after being hit by a melee attack to spend a charge and push the attacker 15 feet away.
Ooh.
Can I instead do it against a water balloon and send it
Yes,
back
you
at
absolutely can. Yes, you absolutely can. So, and that's if they hit you, you can use a reaction, or if
them?
if it
Yes, so if they
managed
hit
to,
me.
if they hit
I
you. All
might-
right. So what?
I'm kind of like, at least for one of them, I'm kind of aiming.
What's
to,
your
like,
what's your armor class?
my AC is 18.
The first one is a nat 1, sails off and hits the tree. Ah, that was a 20 and knocked back to a 14. So that's a 16 to hit. 16, you said 18 was your armor class?
18.
That is going to miss. And the next, hey, there's the nat 20. So this one was going to hit with a nat 20.
All right, I'm going to use one of the repulsion shield charges.
All right, so so repulsion shield, still take the damage, but then you send it back to the attacker. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
I think that's, yeah. So 4 plus another d4 of 3, 7 plus 1's 8 points of damage from the one that strikes you. The water bomb hits you, but it hits the repulsion shield as well. It bursts, and most of the water hits you in the face and sort of stings your eyes and things, which is where the damage is coming from. But then it blasts it backwards, almost like it's bouncing off of a rubber shield. And you aim. Do you have to? You don't make an attack or anything, do you? It just pushes the attacker. So
15 feet.
the water bomb flies back up at the window. It shatters it, and you hear a from upstairs. And then
that poor kid upstairs.
And then down the stairs comes running 2 kids, and up the stairs comes from the cellar below. You see that while the woman is dressed as a witch, her children are all dressed as familiars. There is a black cat, a toad, and a weasel between them. They sort of laughing and joking, and one of them is drenched in water, and a few minor cuts from the shattering window in his face. All right, it seems you've gotten candy from 2 of the 6 houses, and not yet found any poison. Where would you like to go now? Do any of you eat the candy now?
No, I'm saving these 2.
All right.
I guess the
Steve,
next house.
Steve also makes it up and gets a piece of candy as well, because they didn't want to attack an adult. So you head back to the street. As you arrive at the street, you hear, I thought I was the skeleton, but it's your costumes that are humorous. Good one, Reggie. Thanks. Yeah.
Your
high-fiving
soul
each other
will
as they're
be
moving
forfeit
past.
for these terrible jokes. And then I dash past on my hobby
Dash
horse.
back out into the street. Where would you like to head next?
Next closest house, I guess.
Yeah, I think whatever's closest.
Are we starting to see kids out? Like, are they starting to make some houses?
There are more kids coming out now. There's a lot of houses in the town, so most of the kids are not yet gone to the ones that your suspect houses. You have, just to remind you, you have the pumpkin bungalow. You have the pumpkin bungalow. You have the boring house. You have a generic townhouse, and you have a rural cottage.
Are any
Where's
of the
the
kids
boring
that are coming,
house?
Any of the kids, what, sorry?
any of the kids coming from the houses that we haven't come from?
It doesn't seem like the way, no.
Okay. I'm just gonna look at the group and be like, I just vote the next closest. We've hit
Whatever's-
these 2.
Whatever's fastest. We'll see.
Yeah, moving down the line.
Perhaps
No,
we should
no-
split.
No preference?
No,
I
we
think
should
knowing these
stay
guys
together. I mean,
Agreed.
we're stronger together.
Fine. And I charge forward to the next house.
All right, no preferences to which?
Just the next closest one.
All right, I will roll a d4 then to randomize which one you're going to next. 2, you are going to the boring house. You see the boring house down the end. This house, as you approach the gate, is drab and undecorated. The lights are not on inside, and the garden is not welcoming. You walk through the gate and walk up to the front door, making sure that this is the place that you were told. Maybe one of the houses. No response, no nothing. One of you knocks on the door. There's no
I knock
answer.
intimidatingly.
Eventually,
Provide
after you
candy
do so,
or I'll
you hear,
take your soul.
you hear from inside, "Go away!"
I'm gonna look at this dude and be like, maybe switch to sugar-free candy, dude.
Go away, bloody
The only thing
freeloading
that will
kids!
satiate me are
You
the
want
souls of
candy,
the
you
wicked.
get a job.
I have a job! taking the souls of the wicked.
Get lost.
Well, that
I
will
seems
be
like
back.
poor spirit.
Yeah, is there a window or something we can go look in, or?
There is, yeah. You can walk up to the front window and you look in and you see that there is an overweight gentleman with a beard, and he's sitting in a chair by the fire and he's reading, and he's kind of his back's to you, sort of semi-profile.
I begin to move away from the house.
You move away from the
Moving to
house.
the
You make it back to the street, and if you recall, the Sweet Paladin organization asked that if you come across anybody that's not getting into the spirit of it, you are to TP the house as a warning to the other children.
I want to take a bunch of like long strands and rip them apart and have Edgar fly them and drop them across.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's great.
All right.
I want to take a little bit of rope and like wrap the roll. Somehow try to like rig it so I can attach it to the crossbow and launch it.
Nice. All right. So I'm gonna have you make
into like a sporting event.
Yeah.
Basically that with TP.
I'm going to have you make a tinkering check. If you have tinkering tools, you can add your proficiency. Otherwise, it'll just be a straight intelligence check.
Are there any?
Can I help him on this?
You can help him if you see him starting to rig something up. You can help him tinker.
Absolutely. And
so you
as
can-
also we're doing this, I'm going to cast grease on the roll of toilet paper.
Awesome.
Nice.
You can just grease it all up. This dripping, greasy toilet roll. You add your toilet roll to the mix for extra ammo to this gun as well.
Yeah.
Can you make Freya? Can you make the tinkering check then?
Absolutely.
Since the actual tinkerer is helping you now.
All right.
Do I see
So
neighborhood
Intelligence
watch?
plus your proficiency.
Yeah.
She roll at
That's
advantage
over
or-
20.
Sorry, over 20, definitely enough. And somebody else was trying to say something.
I was asking if there was any watch nearby.
I was going to say you do recall as you fashioned up this gun and you've got your things to hand off to Edgar. You recall them saying that don't get caught by the neighborhood watch. Make a perception check to see if you can see if there are any neighborhood watch.
All right. Oh, nat one. I am
Nat one.
going to the
You-
next house. I do not
Yeah.
care.
You leave and you start heading towards the next house, and you see people on the street, but you don't think twice about it.
So I'm going to tell everybody, knowing the neighborhood watch might be around, not being able to see them or whatever, I'm going to have this rigged up. I'm going to be like, okay, this one's rigged up. I can have Edgar fly some more, and I'm going to cast invisibility. And be like,
Ooh,
go to
okay.
the next house. I'll meet you there. That way they can't
Cool.
see it happen.
So you're gonna leave the rest to move on, and you're gonna stay and TP the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Anybody
Everybody
objects
else
to
is
his
cool
plan?
with that.
All right. So you do so. You turn yourself invisible, and then you. Is it greater invisibility?
It is. Just says invisibility. It's level 2.
All right. So as you do so, you cast invisibility. You get yourself ready. You've got a tinkered gun from Freya. What did you tinker this out of? What did you have on your person that you can just be like, here's a t-shirt gun, a toilet paper gun?
So the base is. I'm thinking the base is mostly the crossbow that I have, and then taking a piece of twig or something, kind of making a little bit of like an A-frame through the toilet paper
Right.
roll.
Yeah.
That
Nice.
way, when it goes through the air, the bolt it'll probably spin, but also be able to unravel as it goes through the air.
It's got this trailer. It's like a Nerf gun, a Nerf ball.
Yeah.
Yes, you do so. So can you make me an attack roll? I want to see how well you can shoot it above this house.
That is going to be a 23.
23, definitely a sufficient roll. It lines the house.
I thought it was
You
gonna
even
be
managed to.
but my dice have blood on them, so the 17
Ooh.
has red right over it.
Ah, yeah.
Please don't let that be a 1.
You fire it up. You manage to angle it perfectly so that it bounces from the chimney pot onto another chimney, like through another chimney pot, so it wraps itself around, and then it just hits the apex of the ceiling, the roof, and then starts to roll back down the side that you're on. So it double TPs with a single shot, and then you have Edgar fly up and over. No attack necessary for him because you have your familiar, and he's able to just drop them. However, as you have fired this crossbow, you have done an attack, and doing so drops your invisibility. So you are now found in the premises of a house that is being TP'd, and you're on your own. And as you leave as you go to leave the house, you hear, "Oi! None of that!"
And I actually have the Cloak of Elven Kind, so
Ah, yes.
split up, and I'm going to meander away, like down the whatever the long way is to get around them.
All right, can you make a stealth check because of your cloak of elven kind? You have advantage, I believe.
I do. Even with advantage, man, I only got a 15.
All right, with a 15, let me roll. It might be enough. 18 on the dice. You sneak down past the back of the house and you clamber over the fence, and then as you sort of turn, poof, a hand grabs you in the shoulder and says, "Hey, you shouldn't be out here on your own. It's not safe for children to be on." And you turn around and you see that there is an older woman, human woman, who is part of the neighborhood watch and has caught you. And then she looks over and sees another one going, "Audrey, it was him. He TP'd Mr. Johnson's house. It's not okay." And you are officially detained by the neighborhood watch because
Can I dive bomb her like in the face to try to
help actually to escape.
You do so, and you get you manage to convince her to. Well, you distract her long enough that she lets you go, and you take off running. But because this is your first offense with the neighborhood watch, all of this sort of roundabout circuitry and trying to avoid them will cost you 10 minutes. And so as you make your way back to the trying
to get away too. I'm gonna eat I have 2 of the pieces of my.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna eat one so I can get my haste.
And you have 6 temporary hit points, which you can choose to. They don't stack with current temporary hit points. You get to choose what you have currently or this new 6. But you do get the effect of haste from your sugar rush, and you manage to use that to your advantage to get away. You make your way back to the main street, 5th Avenue, and you meet up with the rest of your allies just as you're heading towards the next house. And as you're doing so, you hear, "I thought I was the knight, but it looks like you ordered those costumes in the mail, like chain mail. Like
you're the worst."
And then
You're the worst. You're a disgrace.
Keep trying, bud.
The other ones are like, you've had all evening to work on that, Johnny. What's the matter with you?" And the vampire slaps him on the back of the head, and they carry on towards the next house.
Which one?
Johnny.
Johnny, but what's Johnny's costume?
Johnny's
a
knight in shining armor on a hobby horse. And as you head towards the next house, as you've hit 3 of the 6 houses, that is the nice halfway point for us to take a little break, a little intermission, and we'll come back with the rest of this trick-or-treating spectacular afterwards.
All right, so we're going to take a quick about 10 to 11 to 12, around there amount of time for intermission. We are going to be doing our Eldritch Foundry giveaway. I can see a lot of people in the chat chatting about Eldritch Foundry. So we are giving away a free voucher for a custom STL that I will print and ship to you. In order to enter, you are going to be entering our keyword into the chat. Today, our keyword is going to be pumpkin. So you are going to put keyword pumpkin into our chat. And at the end of the break, I will be announcing our winner. Make sure that you are following us and all of our wonderful participants. We have at MageBrush Andrew. We have at Awokens_hobby_stop Keith. We have Roll for Adventure Judd. And we have Robert Hartley GM Rob. And then I am Ashlyn $$store_DM. Welcome to my channel. Got a lot of people. So yes, keyword pumpkin, like what you make pie out of and carve for lovely Halloween fun. All right,
it's a Halloween special, and you're having to explain what a pumpkin is.
I mean, they're apparently confused. Maybe I didn't enunciate well enough.
Gourd.
Yeah, no, gourd. We're gonna get weird spellings. I don't know. Anyways, we will see you in about 10 minutes. Have fun.
Hey everybody out there in chat, this is producer John. The players are just getting set back down. We should be resuming in just a couple minutes. Don't forget to enter the giveaway. All right, folks, buckle up. We're coming back.
Welcome back to the Art of Adventure, episode 11. Yes, it's episode 11. It's been many of them. I know. I'm still amazed every time I have a larger number, and I'm so grateful for the whole community. Welcome. We're going to start off doing our giveaway. I'm just going to turn down the music on my end because I can't English at the moment. So we are giving away again a Eldritch Foundry STL voucher that will be printed and shipped to our winners. So our winner for the giveaway today is... What?
Can I one-up the win thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Ooh.
I will paint it if you need it painted.
Ooh, so if you would like, it will be printed by me, painted by Andrew, then shipped to you.
By
Dang.
Postal Service.
USPS.
Postal Service couldn't make it to today's stream, but they will be doing the shipping.
It'll get there eventually. If you are one of our many from Oceania today, it'll get there eventually. Sorry, COVID.
I'll try to send Edgar with it.
A lot of my community are American, so you might not be posting it that far.
Yeah, it'll be fine. So our winner today is the _fancy unicorn. The fancy unicorn.
Fancy.
Ooh, fancy unicorn.
Congratulations. Send me a message on Instagram and we will get that all settled for you. If you're unable to message me on Instagram, I believe there's a way for you to message me on Twitch as well. I should really learn how all the things on Twitch work.
You'll get it.
I'm really good at this, guys. So congratulations, the fancy unicorn. We're going to take a second, especially since we have a lot of new viewers, and our wonderful people are going to introduce themselves again, as well as what they do and who their character is. So I'm Ashlyn. Hi, I'm the Dollar Store DM. I host these streams. I also dabble in all things nerdy because I have an inability to pick just one. So bit of terrain building, bit of mini painting, a bit of 3D printing, bit of dice making, because why not? So I am playing Dr. Freya Frankenstein, who just, is making some experiments and bettering the scientific community. And really, everyone else is just small-minded. And she doesn't understand what the whole big deal is. God. And she has her buddy, Steven, her creation. And I'm going to popcorn over to Judd.
Hello, Judd here. I am a dungeon master, formerly the Role Players, now of Roll for Adventure, which is a new show coming in January, February, depending on how long it takes us to build our sets and set up the studio. Very excited. That's all I can say about it right now, but look for more info coming on that. And today I'm playing Capril von Stumblevich. Stumblevich, no, not Stumblebitch. Stumblevich. And I am a Dhampir level 7, Way of the Shadow monk. And I'm super excited to be here again. Hello, everybody. And I'm going to pop it over to Andrew.
Hey, so I'm Andrew. You can find me at MageBrush on Instagram. I make terrain stuff, 3D print a little bit, just so I can fulfill my need to paint the miniatures. So that's my main bit, is I just like painting the miniatures. Yeah, and I am playing Jack, a Eldrin rogue who is dressed up like medieval Joker, essentially. So let's popcorn to Keith.
Hey everybody, I'm Keith. I run Awoken's Hobby Stop. I do 3D printing through my Etsy store. You can find us on Instagram as well, Awoken's_hobby_stop. We're actually been on break for a bit, but I will be reopening the shop on November 1st. So keep an eye open. We got a lot of cool models I've been adding to the shop during this time. So I want to throw that in there. I am currently playing Alar Ikno, the reborn Cavalier fighter, one Hexblade Warlock, who effectively is a Dullahan riding upon his currently little hobby pony that is Nightmare. And with that, I will pop it over to our great DM here, Robert.
Thank you very much. I'm always the annoying last kernel to pop in the bag that you're like,
Oh no, that kernel can sit
the
there for a
hot
second. It's
one.
not gonna burn.
If anybody's in the kernel, it's me.
I am Robert Hartley, GM. I'm a professional dungeon master. You may know me from Twitch, twitch.tv/Robert Hartley GM, where I do all sorts of Dungeons and Dragons related content almost every day, about 5 or 6 days a week. But you may also know me from the Viva the Dirt League community, where I run a campaign for the Viva the Dirt League guys, and I've also written and directed a new series called D&D Logic, which is a short comedy sketch series about D&D and the funny sort of rules that takes. But today, I am your dungeon master, running a game for these lovely people, all Halloween themed, about trick or treating. Is there anything further to discuss, or shall we jump into seeing those players? I would love to see the minis a little closer than we've managed to already.
Yeah, so we're going to highlight some of these minis. So the minis, it's a mixture of ones that I printed and ones that we procured. And they have been painted by Andrew at Mage Brush, with the exception of my mini. I painted that one, but I'm slow. And Andrew is incredible and amazing, and very, very grateful that he painted all of these for us. I would like to highlight that he painted all of these in a week, which is insane.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Is that in frame?
I think we need to go a little closer.
It's in frame, but yeah, a little closer.
Tell me when, because I can't see the frame.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Perfect.
Oh, look at that. Ooh,
It looks amazing.
This is Jack. This is Andrew's PC. All of the PCs are Eldritch Foundry. If you're interested in getting your own Eldritch Foundry mini, if you use the code $DM15 at checkout, you can get 15% off and send a kickback to the stream.
Oh, there's Cap.
Perfect. Oh, a little bit back, I think.
All right, and this is Cap. This is our Shadow Monk Vampire.
Oh, it looks amazing.
It's so cool. All of these are going to get some more glamour shots. You should be, you've been seeing their glamour shots in our little rotating slides, but.
I love that. I love the lack of head with a massive cleaving sword.
Yeah. So this one did get manipulated by Keith. So that one was Keith's mini, and then also got manipulated onto a Nightmare. Like that all printed together, and I'm real impressed with how you've managed to get those together, Keith.
Yeah, so to be clear, the Headless Horseman is from Eldritch Foundry with a edition, and then the Nightmare is from Comet Lord Miniatures.
I love Comet Lord.
Oh, they've got good stuff.
Frankenstein.
And this is the only one that was, well, this and Steven were the only ones painted by me. But that is Freya Frankenstein.
And we have Freya's monster friend,
Steven.
Good old Steve.
Steve.
Our adult chaperone.
Yep.
Steven, I'm pretty sure, is a Thingiverse file that I found.
Nice.
Tremendous. Absolutely great.
Yeah, great job, you guys. Looks great.
So, shall we jump back into it? I'll give the little recap as to what's happened so far. So for those just joining us, and definitely not because I forgot to link the correct link to the game, for anyone who, for whatever reason, may have missed some of the top of the stream, here's how it began. We started in a creepy town, a simple town called Creeping Willow on a brisk autumn evening. And the party were gathered in Frankenstein's laboratory by a group known as S.W.E.E.T. If I can find what was their acronym again? Definitely know it off the top of my head. Definitely. They used to be called the Coalition of Adventurers Nibbling Delicious Yum-Yums, or Candy for short. But then they discovered that those paranoid rumors you hear every year about trick-or-treating and how it how it sometimes there are strangers giving out poisoned candy and things. It's actually true, as they were handed some rice and crispy treats, and so they reassigned themselves. It's just as funny the second time. I've been right. It's just as funny the 10th time. I've been every time I read back over that, I'm tickling myself.
I also love Rice Krispie treats, so I'd be really upset if that mine was poisoned. I also probably wouldn't stop eating it either.
They rebranded themselves as the. Oh my god! This rice, it's making me feel so bad, but it's so delicious.
Let's continue.
They rebranded themselves as the Society of Watchmen for the Examination of Edible Treats, or SWEET for short. They assigned the task of checking the 6 suspect houses in town for poison. Their intelligence had led them to believe that there was an assassination guild, the Shadow Vine, that was responsible for swapping out real sweets for poisoned sweets. And it is these guys' job as monsters, Suicide Squad-esque style, not gonna lie, to get out there and put themselves in harm's way for the greater good of the community. So far, they have visited 3 houses, one with zombie decorations that attacked them, one with overzealous children wanting to deter people from arriving for trick-or-treats with pelting them with water bombs, and one that refused to get into the Halloween spirit that they proceeded to TP as a show of trick for their lack of treat. And we begin again at around nightfall. The time is, now that you've visited 3 houses and are on to the 4th, the night has fallen. We're into twilight, and yes, Dampier Monk, this means that the night is now dim.
Finally.
Finally. You have visited 3 of 6 houses. The 6 that are a suspect left to visit are the Pumpkin Bungalow, the what else have we got? Pumpkin Bungalow, the generic townhouse, and the rural cottage. Which would you like to move towards next, as you are finally reacquainted with your trickster, scary clown companion who was detained for 10 minutes by the...
I charge forth.
You charge forth! Which house are you charging toward? The Pumpkin Bungalow, alright. Excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you.
So if we're Suicide Squad, am I King Shark with my single-mindedness and just wanting souls?
It may well be.
How did you know about the giant starfish miniature? Who told you?
This small bungalow is very well decorated, clearly getting into the Halloween spirit, encouraging trick-or-treaters. All their decorations are orange and black and pumpkin-themed. They have a pumpkin patch, jack-o'-lanterns, mini pumpkin bunting, tiny pumpkins along the top of each one of their picket fence. Pumpkin heads on spikes with grotesque tongues sticking out of them to symbolize heads on the front of a fortification. And the piece de résistance, a large pumpkin hanging from the tree like a what's it called? A piñata with several smaller pumpkins hanging around it, decorating the tree. You make your way up the.
Can I grab one of the pumpkins and just place it on top of my?
You do so easily enough. You grab one of the heads on spikes and you place it on top of your head. It brings back good old memories of all of the decapitations that you've done throughout your life. The number of heads you've spiked brings back great memories.
Times.
You place it on your neck, what remnants are left of your neck, and instantly you can taste pumpkin as the inside of this pumpkin seeps out of the hole where it was spiked through and into your esophagus and trachea, almost asphyxiating you, but you managed to cough it down the right path. Do you approach the door, and in what order do you do so?
I will go first, charging forth upon my nightmare.
On your hobby horse that has been disguised.
About 10 feet away. I'll jump off to approach the door on foot.
Wonderful. So each of you, I should mention as well, were disguised through the use of magic lemon sours. As it shrunk down your face, the rest of your body shrunk down with it to the point where you can pass as trick-or-treaters, as adolescents. And your horse was manipulated with magic to resemble a hobby horse. Can't get this croak out of my throat. Excuse me, sorry. So you approach the horse on foot. The rest of you staying at the garden path, or are you going up as well?
I'm gonna go up behind him.
You're going to go up behind as well?
And I'm going to just kind of step over by the close tree at the beginning of the path and just shadow step and appear at the edge of the house, kind of a little bit down from the door by the window, so I can kind of just keep defenses.
Sort of hiding out by the windows, jumping through shadows.
Assuming that's 60 feet, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Freya and Steve.
A bit forward, but we're gonna hang back a bit.
Hang back a little bit on the path, which suits the sort of disguise that you have, being that Steve is your large abomination flesh monster, and when he was shrunk down with his lemon candy, it seems like he is. It seems to the outside naive eye that Steve is your chaperone, your older teenager or young adult that is keeping you around. So it makes sense that he's hanging back a little. As you bray on the door, a la Igno.
Souls are treats.
Treats.
Fiona, an old human woman, answers, dressed as a pumpkin, no less, of course. And she looks at you. Oh, what a lovely costume! I especially like that pumpkin mask you're wearing. Oh, what a lovely costume! How many of you are there? Oh, let me see you. Let me see you. Come up close. Oh, you're a scary clown, aren't you? Oh, isn't that? Oh, you don't have to be shy, darling. What was that? Sorry.
My horse requires treats as well.
Oh, of course. What a cute little horse. What's your horsey's name?
Nightmare.
Oh, that's
the horse.
That's scary.
Of the depths of hell.
Oh, right. Oh, what a lovely. Have you hit many houses yet? We had a lovely person come through before. She was dressed like a witch on a broomstick. It was delightful. And
which way did she go?
Oh,
she had taken our candies.
Oh no! There's plenty of candies for you. And she holds out the bowl.
Can I also look in the window as she's talking to kind of see inside if I see anything that looks nefarious?
You can do so. Yeah, make a perception check.
And then, can I look around to see if I can't find
14.
where that girl is that she was talking about, to see if I can't spot
Absolutely,
her?
make a perception check. What did you get? Sorry, Judd.
14.
14. You look through the window. You see that it's decorated just as much inside as out. There's pumpkin bunting. All of her furniture is strangely different hues of orange and black, which indicates that she has an obsession with pumpkins, even when it's not Halloween. So wow. It's really like this person is all out, single focus mind ever since retiring. Perhaps that she's really enjoys her life as a pumpkin farmer. But no other nefarious deeds that could meet your eye from the inside. It's just her living alone, it seems. Okay. And for you, Andrew, what'd you get?
I got a 24.
24. You look around, and sure enough, you do see receding down the street, hand holding her mother and a broomstick in one hand, a little girl walking down the street with a nice sort of pointed witch hat on.
I'm just gonna ask the lady at the door, did she eat the candy you gave her?
Oh well, she said it wasn't to her liking, but you can have it if you want. And she holds out the bowl for you. Since the two of you are at the door, you're the first in with looking in the bowl, and you see that instead of candy, there are small lumps of roast pumpkin. She says it wasn't to her liking, but I think it's got a nice, delicious sweetness to it, and I tell you what. If you can tell me a spooky story, I'll give you something a little sweeter. So you can make either a persuasion or performance check as you tell this lady a spooky story, and if you are successful,
what about an intimidation check? Reaching back to the times I have actually decapitated people.
You can definitely do so. Yeah, you reach back into your what it felt like to literally decapitate people, and you tell that spooky story. You can make it intimidation. Yes.
While he's doing that, can I take a piece of the roast pumpkin and kind of smell it and inspect it, try to see if it's poisoned?
Make a niche check.
My intimidation is a 24, 18 on the roll.
With a 24, she is sufficiently scared of your story, and she says, Oh goodness, your parents really shouldn't be letting you watch theatre shows like that and read books with such nastiness in it. Yeah, I was going to say movies, and then I remembered what setting this is, and I was like, no, puppet shows. They shouldn't be letting you watch with such scary themes. You've got quite a vivid imagination.
I assume my story is scary enough for these delicious treats.
It is, I suppose, yes. And she puts the bowl back down on a side table just inside the door, and she lifts up a different plate instead. And on this plate there is a pumpkin pie that has been sliced into tiny slivers, and she offers you that instead.
I will take 2, one for myself and my horse. I just grab 2 off.
You want? I suppose it's.
And I walk away.
It's not being chosen that much, I suppose. I'm probably not going to run out. Places it back down. So, what are the rest of you wishing to do? Freya, what do you feel about this woman giving out roast pumpkin as a Halloween treat? A healthy alternative.
I'm gonna walk up and be like, "Sorry, ma'am. What's the sugar content of your pumpkin?"
Oh, no sugar. No sugar in a pumpkin. Natural starches and carbohydrates, of course, but no added sugars, no raw sugars, no processed sugars. Healthy alternatives to grow up big and strong, like your father there. Points towards Steve.
Did you ask me for a nature check?
Rule. Some of his stitching of his mouth coming away.
Yeah, that's not my concern.
I will eat one of the slices of pumpkin pie.
You will eat one of the slices. It is nice. It's not very sweet. She could have used a lot more sort of sweetener and sugar and stuff. It is definitely a health alternative that she's offering, not something that's particularly candy-like and gives you no candy benefits.
I'll amble up and take a piece of the regular pumpkin, the roasted pumpkin, and sample it.
Goodness, where did you come from? Oh, I like your costume. You're the second vampire I've seen today. It's very nice, though. Here, have a piece, and you take a piece of roast pumpkin.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, Andrew, your nature check.
It was a 15.
15. It smells like roast pumpkin. It feels like roast pumpkin. It's definitely going cold. It looks, smells, and feels like roast pumpkin.
I'm gonna take a bite and see what's
take a
left.
bite. It is roast pumpkin that is quickly going cold.
Okay.
So here, let's move on to the next house.
I will feed Nightmare the other piece and mount up and begin to leave. Post haste.
All right, you do so. You start to leave. You were reminded. You are aware that when you were given this task, your primary concern was to find the poison. Your secondary concern was to TP any houses that were either not getting into the spirit or were, even worse, giving out healthy alternatives.
I just drop my TP and move forward.
You
know what to do, Jack.
All right. How about the rest of you?
I'm
More
gonna.
grease?
What's that?
Go
More
ahead.
grease?
Grease. You can grease it up.
I'm at this point leaving.
You are
leaving everyone behind.
You are at the bottom of the path, leaving, while everybody else is what? You
Um,
cast grease on a roll of toilet paper that you have left.
Yep.
You've used 2 of them. You haven't got the other 2, so Keith has left his behind.
I have mine. I'll go around the other corner this time, and shadow step up to the roof.
You do so.
And
you land up on the roof.
just start like rolling pieces of toilet paper and just trying to cover the roof, attaching it to the chimney and.
All right. Are you doing so stealthily in any means, other than your natural stealth that comes from being a?
I think I'm definitely trying to be stealthy about it, so that the woman down below doesn't see.
All right. So stealth check for me, please.
All right, come on.
I'm going to use
16.
16. And Andrew, what did you say?
When you're done. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So 16 stealth. You feel like you are stealth enough that you are on the rooftop, and you are currently tearing off pieces of toilet paper and throwing it over her thatched roof.
Okay.
Andrew?
I have, as one of my magic items, the Masquerade Tattoo.
Yes.
So I can cast Disguise Self. So
can.
I'm going to disguise myself to look exactly like the knight who couldn't tell a good joke. and I'm
Yeah.
gonna wait till my friends leave and start blatantly throwing some eggs and stuff. Like, just not even trying. Like, hey, this house is giving out healthy shit, and just like
Now-
throwing eggs just to try to get the other.
Point to-
Wait. The eggs were for like go and kill these people.
Yeah.
Yes. Point of order. Do you
right.
do you
No,
throw
no, no.
eggs or toilet paper?
The TP. Sorry.
The TP and the eggs were two very different signals for the paladin guild.
Yep. Sorry. Forgot
The
about
old
that.
woman gets taken out. The squat team comes in from the seat, takes out the old lady.
But
all right,
point is,
so
like,
you
TPing blatantly. So if any of the Night Watch sees me and then they see the other kids, they're gonna go. That's my.
as you blatantly start throwing toilet paper. Stop that! Comes a voice, and you think, "Whoa, that was deep and menacing for a night watch." And you look over to where the voice came from, and you see instead the giant pumpkin that's hanging from the trees like a piñata has moved towards you, opened up its single solitary eye in the center, and is now speaking to you. This house will not be disturbed! And all of the other pumpkins around it, about 10 pumpkins hanging in the trees around it, all seem to come to life, each with a single eye in them. And I need you guys to roll initiative as you have awoken the pumpkin beholder.
I'm like,
Pumpkin
"Fuck,
beholder.
guys, guys, come back!"
So,
Nat
pumpkin
20.
beholder fight, everybody. Who got the nat 20?
Nat 20.
Yay,
So
nice.
25.
25.
Wow.
You're
I
probably
rolled
going
a
first again.
6. I'm in
You
front of this and rolled a 6.
6 plus anything?
That was plus things.
That was after things. We've already got a 6. All right.
I got a dirty 20. I thought I was going to go first, but nope.
All right. We've got a Keith
Not
with
today.
25, a dirty 20. For, who was that? Judd, was it?
Yep.
We
and
should
then
showcase that pumpkin beholder because it's
Yes.
It
Get it.
is.
Show it off.
Oh yeah, definitely.
so cool.
All
I know
right.
you just sat down, Andrew. I'm sorry.
What did Freya get?
19.
No, 19. Nice roll.
19.
That is gorgeous.
Cool.
Oh, it's so
Amazing
cool.
job, Andrew.
Wait,
Yeah, seriously.
And it
Oh,
glows.
Oh, come on.
as this beholder
Oh,
comes
wow.
to life,
Oh, look at
as
those
this
eyes.
beholder comes to life, not only does that eye open, but its mouth, after giving the warning of this house is not to be disturbed, it opens its mouth and starts a volley, like a cone of pumpkin seeds are fired from its face. In a 150-foot cone, instead of an anti-magic field, it has a pumpkin seed barrage cone. The beholder's mouth spits a volley of pumpkin seeds in a 150-foot cone, and decides at the start of its turn which direction it is facing. It is facing so that all of you are in the line. It reaches just past the street and out onto the pavement, and so it's hitting all of you.
Would it be hitting shoot, Chad, I can't remember your character's name.
Oh,
Cap.
Cap.
Yeah, Cat.
Cap. Yes, Cap has. Oh no, Cap is on the ceiling, so Cap is
Yeah.
the only one that is not in the area right now. So Cap, you are on the roof. You did manage to stealth away from the pumpkin's eye, but unfortunately, then your clown friend did not. Up first then is Keith. Keith, you are starting your turn in a Keith. Which one is Keith? Keith's
I'm in the
horseman.
far, yeah.
Oh,
You
nice.
are in the starting your turn in the cone of pumpkin seed barrage. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please,
And my horse, I assume.
and your horse as well.
I will note that my horse, if it fails, takes half. If it saves, takes none.
Wonderful, Cavaliers.
All
For the
right.
win.
Woo, that's a 20 for me.
20 for you.
Oh no, my horsey! And that is, let's see, it gets this is a dex?
Yes.
Oof, it got a 4.
That is 16 points of damage, halved because your horse is a cavalier horse, so it takes only 8. And
Thank God for those step points.
and you succeeded, so you also take half. So 8 points of bludgeoning damage as pumpkin seeds plow into you. It is now your turn. That is the start. That is the effect of starting in the pumpkin seed barrage. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna move forward and to the right-ish, I guess, about 60 feet on my horse.
Mm-hmm. And you're charging down the pumpkin?
Yes, charging towards the pumpkin.
All right, I believe you will be just out of range with a single movement, so you'll have to use your dash to get there if you wish to, unless you've got ranged things.
Am I about... It looks like I'm about 30. Yeah, okay. So I am then going to pull a bone or spine whip off the side and cast spine whip, which is effectively thorn whip for anyone wondering.
Yes.
And then I will make a melee spell attack, and that's a +6. Oh! No! It is an 8. Oh, sorry. It is an 8 to hit.
8 to hit will surprisingly not hit.
Weird.
It's tangled in some of the branches that the pumpkin beholder is hanging from and does not meet its mark. Can you tell me, though, as you pull out this spine whip, can we have a brief flashback to the moment that you acquired said whip? Whose spine is it? Where did it come from?
I recall many years ago, before I was captured and put in chains, separated from Nightmare, I took this man's head. He was a grievous man, going around, killing children and women, and deserved his death. And as I decapitated him with a single swipe of my sword, I flipped it back, stabbed it down, and ripped out his spine with the backside of my blade.
You kept his spine intact and preserved it, and then you presented it to Cromdouv, and Cromdouv was satisfied with your offering, and in return, as a boon, he granted you the power to keep this spine intact, extend it when necessary, dig the sharpened parts of the vertebra into your opponents, and pull them towards you. And you, from that point on, had a spine whip. Wonderful. You are definitely honouring Cromdouv in this moment as you completely flail with this whip and hit the trees instead. That was your movement and an action, is it?
An action, yeah, and I will hold at that point.
All right. Next up, we have Judd then with Freya on deck.
So I'm gonna run across the roof, leap down onto the trunk, and kind of leap again, like land and leap again, and try to land on top of the pumpkin.
All right. Are you gonna try and grapple?
I'm actually gonna first. I'm gonna like I'm gonna smash one of the heads. I'm gonna kind of go in. So as I leap off of the
first,
trunk,
because you are sort of landing in tree branches and things, there is a possibility of failure of this. So I will get you to roll an acrobatics check for me.
Absolutely.
You should be pretty good at it, hopefully. Always that chance of a 1.
That's a 1.
It is a 1. All right. With your acrobatics, though, what does that take it to?
It's a 6. So
6. Unfortunately not. You slip off the roof. Your foot actually stands on some of the toilet paper that you'd put on the ceiling, and it would not the roof. Sorry, and it would not be a problem if it wasn't for the fact that Frankenstein had cast grease on this toilet paper ahead of time. Your foot slips out from under you, and you go tumbling to the ground.
And all I hear as I'm falling is "Stumble, bitch! Stumble, bitch!
Stumble, bitch!"
But before I hit the ground, I'm gonna bonus action shadow step again, and appear on top of the pumpkin where I was trying to get.
Wonderful. So you get to the top, but unfortunately, it cost you your bonus action to do so.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. So I still have my 2 actions. So I'm gonna come in with the first one and like double fist punch on one of the smaller pumpkins and just try to smash it.
All right.
These dice are down. I forgot to get new dice. That's a 12.
A 12. A 12 is not enough to hit, unfortunately. So you strike the pumpkin, but it is hard. It is a hardened gourd, and your fists do not manage to strike through. You have a second attack.
This isn't considered an undead, is it?
It is not considered an undead. No, it's considered an aberration, or maybe even probably a plant, actually, not an aberration.
Okay. So, as I hit it, I just grab it and just go in for a bite, and my teeth elongate, and I just sink down into this pumpkin flesh.
Do so.
And I don't know if do I roll for the bite? Oh, yes, I do.
Yes, I believe so. While you're doing that, I've just remembered legendary actions. One of the pumpkins, not the one that you're on, it doesn't affect your turn at all, but at the end of Keith's turn, it will take one legendary action for one of the pumpkin eyes facing you as you charge it down with your whip, Keith. It will open up, and it will become the horrific visage of the decapitated head. In fact, tell you what it is. The pumpkin eye that you were looking at, that you were trying to strike out at with your whip, it seems to almost resolve itself into a hardened over pumpkin shell, as if the face is completely removed from carving, and the orange turns to silver as it takes on the head and helmet of the knight that decapitated you. And you need to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
All right. Let's see. Let's check. I don't think I get anything advantageous against this.
It is against being frightened. I'm not sure if you are immune to that or anything.
Oh, I don't think I'm immune, but 1 second. No. But I do get a 16, I believe. 16.
16 is the DC you needed, so you managed to you feel the fear coming on as you are thrust back into your mortal body just temporarily. It's been a long many years since you have felt the fear of another person, but you are almost intimidated by this bland knight that took you out and decapitated you all those many years ago.
Then I recall the vengeance I seek to pawn that night, and the eyes of my helm glow a brighter red, and vengeance consumes me as I wish to see this destroyed.
The illusion of this fear ray recedes from this pumpkin eye, and it turns back into this inanimate carved pumpkin. As we continue back with Judsko. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. So going in for my fanged bite, teeth elongating, coming in for 19 to hit.
And 19 will hit.
And so it's a D4. Oops, I lost the table. So that's only 4 points of damage, but I'm going to, the ability grants me, I can either regain health or HP, or I'm going to use it to get, let's see, gain a bonus to the next ability check or attack roll you make. So it equals the piercing damage. So I'm going to use it for the next attack to get a +4.
Excellent. So you stick your fangs into it. It feels deliciously like you're sticking your fangs between flesh, but unfortunately there's a very lack of blood on the inside of this creature. As you suck through this pumpkin flesh, the water that's inside this pumpkin, it feels almost pumpkin smoothie, and it gives you some bonus, and you feel like just the experience of biting something again is driving you forwards. At the end of is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'll stay there.
At the end of your turn, it's going to use a legendary action. It is going to use it on you. You must make a wisdom saving throw, please, and tell me what is something that you would consider a treat.
Blood.
Blood. As you suck through the pumpkin smoothie from this thing, the eye that you're biting into turns to you, and it almost looks like it is a virgin woman with her blood, red blood on white skin, the very vampire's treat, and it is using its treat ray to try and charm you.
Oh, well, that I got a 9, so I'm guessing I'm strong above that.
Do you have any advantage against being charmed or anything? As a vampire?
I don't think so.
I believe the Eladrin probably would, but.
Yeah, I don't think I do. I'm not seeing anything under my...
You are considered charmed by the beholder.
Ooh,
the creature must also use their reaction, if possible, to move their speed in a direction of the beholder's choice. So, as you are treated by this delicious blood, you also see that some of it spurts out towards the path by your friends, and you instinctively follow it like a dog chasing a treat. And you use your reaction to move off of the beholder and down into the barrage of
just
pumpkin
licking the air. I'm like, just trying to get all of the imaginary blood I see.
All right, you land on the ground there. It is now Freya's turn.
All right.
As you start your turn, Freya, the door is open and the woman is standing there, and she says, "That's right. If you'd eaten your pumpkin and your roast veggies, you'd be big and strong enough to fight." And she's standing there eating some roast pumpkin. You also start your turn in the pumpkin seed barrage, so I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Alright, that is a 18.
18 is enough, so it's 17 points of damage halved, and I like to round up in my game because I'm a mathematician. So 17 halved and rounded up is 9 points of damage.
Right.
Then what do you wish to... Oh, and Steve, I need him to make a save as well. Dex save. Roll for both.
Okay. How long does it take to eat the candy?
It will be a bonus action to eat the piece of candy.
Alright, I'm going to bonus action to eat the piece of candy.
Alright, it is a mind-blowing piece of candy, right?
Yep.
So you gain, at this point, 9 points of temporary hit points, and the effects of a haste spell for the next minute.
Alright, I'm then going to rush forward and tap Jack's shoulder, and I'm going to cast Heroism on him.
Ooh, nice. What does it look like as an artificer that you cast Heroism?
I'm going to, kind of from behind him, just like gonna pour this potion on his head.
very, very inspiring.
And then I'm going to use, just because I can't remember, with haste, you can then do 2 spells.
Not 2 spells. You get an extra action, but it specifies what you can do as the extra action. Okay. You can take an attack, you can dodge, you can disengage, you can hide. There's a bunch of different things, but a spell I don't think is one of them. I may be mistaken. Let me look it up while you decide.
Okay.
Also, can you while I'm looking this up, can you have Steve roll a dexterity saving throw because he also started?
Yes.
Yeah, I have I have it up right now. Speed is doubled. You gain +2 bonus to AC, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and you gain an additional action each of the turns. Action be used to attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object.
Okay.
Yeah, not
cool. Steve is a 9.
9. He takes the full 17 points of bludgeoning as the pumpkin seeds barrage into him.
Ow. Okay. That hurts.
So, with your hasted action, what would you like to do?
With my hasted action, I'm going to then run behind my knight friend, and I'm going to lightning lure the
okay.
holder.
With your bonus, is it bonus for lightning lure?
Action. So
it's an action, but that's your hasted action, and it would be another spell, isn't it? Because you've cast heroism.
But it's a cantrip.
Ah, okay. Yes, it is. I forgot that. Yes, lightning lure.
Yep.
Do so. Your pumpkining. Your
DC 16.
All right, and you're going for the actual pumpkin or one of the eye stalks?
I'm going with the actual pumpkin.
All right, and it's a dex save.
The person who can black it.
Dex save is a 12. So that is going to fail. It gets some lightning damage and is pulled off of its hanging. That it is, it's hanging in the tree like and it pulls off, poof, and it lands sideways with its eye still looking out over you guys. But it's going to have seriously lack of mobility now.
That's 10 lightning damage as it's moved 10 feet closer.
All right, it is pulled 10 feet closer and lands on the ground, prone, looking at you all.
I love lightning lure.
What else can you do on your turn? Is that everything?
That is everything. I'm then going to command Steve to eat his candy.
He chows down on that candy. Steve gets 4 temporary hit points and the effect of haste as the sugar rush hits.
So he's going to run forward and now have 2 force-empowered rends on the holder.
And now, remind me, does your construct get a bonus action as well as an action? That he doesn't have a whole turn, right?
It just has
one action that he can do. So he would have taken his action to eat the candy, which gives him a hasted action, but he doesn't get 2 this turn. He'll get 2 next turn.
Okay, yeah.
One of his 2 actions would have been to eat the candy.
Yeah, no worries. So that is a 17 to hit.
17 will just... Oh, he's got advantage because it is prone.
Oh. Is a 18 to hit.
18 is what you needed. 18 will just hit. So with that
nice.
first one, it hits the outer shell of this gourd. Doesn't drive in much force damage until he just pushes a little bit harder. You feel some of the outer shell of this pumpkin crack. And Fiona says, "Hey, don't go hitting my decorations."
8
And
force
that's how much?
damage.
8 force damage. All right. That's everything you can do. Everything Steve can do.
Yep, that is all of us.
All right. At the end of your turn, the ice stalk that is closest to Steve is going to use its sugar ray. Sugar
Does
ray.
he do it every morning?
Sugar Ray is going to target Steve. He needs to make a Constitution saving throw, please, as sugar is forced into his system and he's about to overload on poison damage. Unless he's immune to poison damage as a construct.
Oh, yeah, he is immune to poison damage.
There you go then. He need not make the save. As sugar streams from this eye and into his face, it's almost going to poison him to the point of instant diabetes. It's a diabetes ray. He is immune to poison damage and takes none of the effect. Then it is the pumpkin's turn, and it recovers all of its legendary actions. What can it do on its turn? It uses 3 random eye rays, doesn't it? Let's roll those. See who it goes for. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, a 10. That's not good. Where are my all my d10s? 10 and 1 and a 7. Treat ray. It's trying to lure Steve away from it because he's dangerous. What would Steve, your undead monster friend, what would he consider a treat? And meanwhile,
A violin. The sound of a violin.
A violin?
I'm not.
I think I'm missing a reference there. I need
Young Frankenstein.
Oh right, yes. I have not seen it yet. It's been on my list of must-watch for many, many years.
Dude, it's like peak Mel Brooks.
I will go with. He's going to focus on. Freya. Can you make a Wisdom saving throw, please? Then who else is going? Then I'll focus on what? How much total? 4. Oof. You are considered. Its sugar crash ray will hit you, and you must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw, and you failed it, so you fall asleep and you remain unconscious for 1 minute. The target awakens if it takes damage, or blah-de-blah-de-blah. You fall asleep. Your sugar rush and sugar crash hit all at once as you fall unconscious in the ground. Then Steve is what would he consider a treat, because he needs to make a Wisdom saving throw or be lured away from the beholder by the treat ray. And finally, I will go with who's he going to attack? I'm going to go for the monk. He's looking pretty dangerous right now. Monk, can you make a dexterity saving throw, please? As he is using his trick ray on you. He's used both his trick and treat ray in the same round. That's cool.
Okay. That is 18.
18 is a success, so you will take half of the damage as he is pelting you with eggs from one of the eyes, which is good because that's a lot of damage. So much so that I'm going to have to roll these again.
I feel like I've got something weird here.
Oof. 36 points of damage, halved because you succeeded on your dex save. As you are pelted with eggs, you take 18 points of damage. And Freya, what do you reckon Steve's treat would be?
Steve's
Ashley? Yeah, Steve is targeted by the treat ray, trying to be lured away with magic.
Yeah, it's gonna be just a big pile of innards. That's
Yes.
what he's eating. That's why there's piles of innards all around the lab.
Yeah, one of the eye stalks next to him that he's pounding on seems to spew up this pile of innards. And because he's given such a treat, Steve is considered charmed by this beholder. Interesting point of order: you are no longer considered charmed by it, Judd, because he has attacked you now. He's caused damage to you. But Steve is now charmed, and Steve will be compelled to move away from the beholder. His whole movement towards the front of the garden. Can everybody roll an insight check, please?
20.
I don't know why.
Dirty 20.
It's a 9 for me.
Any others?
Wait.
8.
You're asleep, correct? Yes. So the person with the 20, you notice that when it has charmed 2 people now, both of them have moved towards the exit of this garden. It has forced people to move towards the exit. Then that is the end of this guy's go, the pumpkin's go. It is now Andrew, your turn.
Okay. I'm going to look at this lady and be like, what the hell's with your decorations? And
well,
then,
if
like,
you'd eaten your treats, if you'd eaten your healthy snacks.
I ate your roasted pumpkin. It was cold. And I'm just going to take a shot, just try to shoot it right in the big eye.
All right. It is a prone creature, and you are doing a ranged shot, which technically means you have disadvantage on it.
Okay. Disadvantage would be math. 16.
16 is almost enough, but not quite. Thunk, as the crossbow bolt fires into it, it sticks into the gourd, but doesn't seem to pierce in enough to cause major damage.
And then I want to use my movement to go behind. I'm gonna go around the corner of the house, like behind the tree trunk, and I'm gonna hood up and hide.
Wonderful. You do so, but I just remembered you started your turn in its field of vision, so you are also being pelted by pumpkin seeds. Can you make a dexterity saving throw for me, please?
I sure can. That would be a 14.
14 is not quite enough, so that is a 16 points of bludgeoning damage as you are pelted at the start of your turn with pumpkin seeds. Then you run away, and can you make me a stealth check as you try and hide out of line of sight of its barrage?
Dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Excellent. You managed to successfully hide from it, which means on its legendary action, it was going to target you with its legendary ray, and cannot instead. So it will go with. It'll switch it over to. Let's go with Keith. Keith, can you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh, also, what did that
That'll be an
spell-
18.
18 is enough. You feel like a sugar crash is hitting you and you're about to fall unconscious, but you manage to shake yourself out of it and stay awake. Andrew, you had a question?
Yeah, what the spell that Freya?
Oh yes, the heroism.
What does that do?
You are
temp.
immune to being frightened.
And
okay.
you
And
gain temporary hit points at the start of each of your turn. As I said before, temps don't stack, so if you still have temp from the candy, you won't gain. Well, you can gain this one if it's more. You can always choose to take the higher source of temporary hit points.
What?
Yeah, so
what
it'd be 4 temporary hit points each turn.
4. Okay.
At the start of his turn, right? So before the
So it's just when I cast. Oh nope! At the start of each of its
at the
turns.
start of each turn, yeah. Is it a concentration spell?
Yeah, never mind. It's gone.
Went out when you went unconscious, unfortunately.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
So
I asked
you-
for nothing. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, it's rules. Everybody's learning here. So you hiding behind a tree. You feel like you're getting forced to go to sleep through a sugar crash ray, but you manage to withstand it, Keith. It is now back to the top of the round with Keith's turn.
We have no time for this.
Oh,
We must leave to the next.
You
Next
start
house.
your turn. Yeah, you start your turn. It's aura. So can you make a dexterity saving throw, please?
Yeah. That'll be a 10 flat for me,
You take 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
and that'll be 8, I believe, for my horse.
Also takes 8. Well, he fails, so he takes half. So 9 points
Four.
bludgeoning for your horse.
Oh, 9.
Yeah. What did I say? 18. Yeah, it was 18. 18 points of bludgeoning damage for you, 9 for your horse. Yeah.
Is the beholder still prone or is it up?
It is still prone, yeah. Stayed prone on its turn because it's not an actual beholder and can't float. It was just hanging from the tree like a pinata and had no movement speed, wasn't able to actually follow you around the battlefield. It was just able to turn on its string to readjust its eye. Now it can't readjust its eye, it's just sideways and is pointing the direction it's pointing as its mouth is spewing out pumpkin seeds. So that was the start of your turn. You can run away now.
I will reach down and pick up Freya off the ground.
Reach down, that is your action. You have no resistance. It is essentially a grapple. It's a grapple attack. It is one attack. You still have your multi-attack as you pick up Freya.
Yep, and then I'm going to have myself charge out, avoiding the rest of the ray, whichever way is pointing.
Yeah, you run out of its line of sight, and you hobby horse towards the fence, the garden fence, and you leap up and over. A larger leap than a hobby horse probably should, but as you've got a friend over one shoulder and you hobby horse leap over the fence, you manage to get out onto the street, out of its line of sight, with a dash as your well, not a dash technically, but you know what I mean.
60 feet gets me over.
Yeah, you're fine. You are out of its line of sight. At the end of. Sorry, did somebody have a question?
No, did you scream out loud that you were moving on?
I said, it's time to leave. We have no time for this.
Okay.
And then you just retreat.
Oh, interesting. As you run away, you are out of its line of sight, but it's going to use its legendary action on the monk. Monk, it hits you with a decoration. It's gonna try and decorate the tree with you, so you need to make a strength saving throw, please.
Oh gosh, that's not good. Yeah, that strength saving throw that's a 10.
You fail, and as its telekinetic ray grabs a hold of you, you are considered restrained.
Oh, okay.
Can it move you as part of the same turn? I think restrained. Blah blah blah. Moved up to 30 feet in any direction. You are lifted up off of your feet and moved 30 feet towards the gate, towards the garden gate.
Oh, it's ejecting me, sort of.
It seems to be ejecting you, yes.
That's fine. I was gonna go anyway.
Yeah, the rest of you now, even without your high insights, have now started to realize that potentially this thing is just protecting the garden and it wants you gone because you were TPing the house.
Huh. Okay. Still my turn.
Yes, that was the legendary action in between.
Okay. I'm going to use Stillness of Mind, I think it is, and I'm going to drop the restrain.
Okay, yeah, and, awesome.
But I was like, I was going to leave anyway. And like, let's go, guys, and then run after the other two.
Wonderful. So your Stillness of Mind is your action. You use movement to get towards the edge of the garden path, and you are out of the garden.
Oh, actually, no. That's all I'm gonna do. Sorry, go ahead.
At the end of your turn, it's going to use its final legendary action to get the. Who's it going to go for? The only one it can go for is the Joker, and he's hidden. Oh, Steve. Yeah. Steve. He targets Steve with a toffee apple ray. He must make on a dexterity saving throw or be coated in toffee apple, and his speed is halved.
That one.
And that one. That one. The eye on the side of this beholder decoration spews forward sticky toffee apple sauce, and it drenches Steve's lower half, halving his speed for the next minute. Mm-hmm. In addition, the creature cannot take reactions, and it can take either an action or bonus action on his turn, but not both. Which he can't take a bonus anyway, so it doesn't really affect. Oh, because he's hasted, that will essentially cancel out the toffee apple, and instead of his two actions, he will just get the one. So he'll be because he's hasted and slowed. He's just normal.
Normal speed.
All right, that is the end of that was Judd's turn. The legendary action. Back to Freya. Your turn. You're asleep. So Steve gets to go. But does Steve do anything if he's not commanded?
Well, he's charmed to move away, right?
He's charmed. He's still charmed and hasn't been hurt by the ray yet. Oh, Steve starts his turn in the thing though, and must make a dexterity saving throw. Or be taken
And take
some of
damage.
his stuff.
Okay, that one's much better. That one is a 14.
All right, 14 is better, but still not enough. He takes
No.
16 points. Oh, he has advantage on dexterity saving throws.
Oh, because
Because of haste. And I've looked this up before. There's a strange interaction between haste and slow, which it grants you advantage on dex saves, but a -2 to your dex save. So he has advantage, but -2 to his dex save.
Okay.
Weird
So
way
then
that slow and haste interact.
So 12 on
Okay.
the first one then.
Then it's 17.
17 total. That is enough. So he manages to avoid most of the damage. He takes 8 points of bludgeoning from the pumpkin barrage. And then he's got his. He's no longer charmed. So he can just use his turn to do nothing because you haven't engaged him in any, given him the command.
He can move on his own.
Oh, he can. Excellent.
Yeah.
So he can do what he wants. What do you want
How
him
much
to do?
does he understand? How much does he understand of common that I spoke out?
He understands common.
There you go then. So he understood
we
that
should
everybody else
leave.
is running. Steve wander for the exit as well. All right, Steve walks his 40 feet towards the exit, and he gets to the garden gate. No more legendary actions from the pumpkin man, so it is the pumpkin's turn. The pumpkin will have nobody else in his view that he can actually see with his 3 eye rays, and so he does nothing. He can take the. I guess he'll take the ready actions for if he sees the clown coming out of the thing. I'll just ready 1 eye ray. All right, Clown Man, your turn.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of like look around, like, the fuck, everybody's leaving me, and I'm just gonna be like, all right, I guess we're getting out of here, and I'm gonna try to go around the back of the house and like try to like stay on the outside of like all the trees and just try to like sneak away without getting in line of sight of anything.
All right, can you roll me a stealth check? You have advantage because of your cloak.
Uh, 27.
27 is sufficient. You manage to get all the way out. It takes the longer way around, and the combat and the time it takes for you to get out of this thing is going to cost you guys overall another 10 minutes of downtime. So other children are starting to come out, and the best treats are no longer active when you get to a house with actual treats.
I'm gonna smack Frey across the face. Wake up!
Frey, you wake up. You have managed to succeed in checking 4 of the 6 houses. None yet have contained the poison. And this isn't just a fact of like, I'm just waiting for the last house. I am rolling every time to see if there's a chance, there's a random chance that each one has poison, and it just hasn't been yet.
Wow.
Yeah, I will then take Freya by the coat and drop her onto her feet.
We're not bad. We're
Drop onto your feet. As you guys meet up on the street, you hear, I thought I was the knight, but it looks like you guys are from the...
Shut up!
Circus.
You're bad! You're bad at these!
Like, you're from the
You should
circus.
just give up. I'm gonna intimidate him to stop.
Circus. And the rest of them are like, oh, shut up, Johnny. You're not good at this. Why are you like this?
I'm gonna
did he try to-
intimidate
did he try to
Johnny
touch me
to
with the
stop.
sword?
Make an intimidation check.
Did he try to touch me with the sword?
Who tried to touch you with the sword?
16.
Johnny stuck his sword out.
Oh no, he was like trying to explain his pun and why it was working. Like when you're a knight and you're being knighted, circus, and you're from the circus, and it was just not working.
And
What
I
was
had
your
to
intimidation?
fly over
16 to get him to just entirely even stop trying.
He is 16 is sufficient because all of his friends are also berating him about how bad he is at this, and how all of them succeeded but him. And so he kind of like walks away, kicks a stone, and
Can Edgar like fly over and just take a dump on his head?
he takes a dump on the back of Johnny's costume, which he doesn't notice because it hits the back of his knight helmet. And between them, they all kind of walk off to the next house. So you have two more houses to hit. The generic townhouse and the manor. The
generic townhouse.
The rural cottage
is where I start heading.
You start heading towards the generic townhouse. Any objections from anybody else?
Are they both like decorated, like seasonally decorated, or?
It looks like it, yes.
Knowing that these are the only two left, can I gain any insight to try to be like, which one, now that it's down to like a 50-50 shot, which one would the old guild have rather targeted? Like, I know they roll at random and they figure it out at random.
The benefit of both is that the rural house is a little more exciting for children because it has a hedge maze in front of it. It has a maze that people have to get through in order to get to the door, which is quite exciting for the kids to go to. The benefit of the other one is that it's closer to town. So you can see from the perspective of the Assassin's Guild, both of them have their draws and would equally give candy to the same number of children, it seems.
Are there any
second win during this?
Your second win during this. You also see that there's a couple of ill-looking children that are sort of spewing at the side of the road.
I'm gonna immediately run up to one of those kids and be like, "Did you eat candy tonight?"
And the father that's with them says, yes, of course we ate candy tonight."
From which house?
Oh, we've been all over. We went to the cottage, we went to the townhouse, we went to...
Would be specific, be like, did you go to either of these two houses?
Yes.
You went to both?
Both. We've been to both.
Do you know which candy you ate from both?
Well, no, because I've told little Mikey here that he shouldn't be eating candy until we get home. He was meant to be keeping it. He's obviously been sneaking his candy, so it's all in one bag together.
It sounds like little Mikey has forfeited his soul.
For disobeying a direct order from his father.
Wicked little Mikey.
Mikey's now crying between spewing up.
You're like, I would smack you in the face, but, you know... Can I see... Are there any other sick kids?
There's a couple, but it seems to be Mikey and his younger brother.
Okay, but still no way to like discern which house they got the candy
not.
from. Okay. Alright, we gotta figure this out. Kids are getting sick.
Let's just pick one and go. Let's do the
cottage.
Actually,
Cottage.
before we leave these people, I will look at the father and say, "Your children's candy is no good. Provide me their candy, or they will lose their heads," and just smack off the pumpkin from the top of my head.
I don't think it's wise to be eating candy that's spoiled. And he takes the bag of their candy and he just tips it upside down into a drain. Says, "We will not be eating any more candy tonight." And then
Your choices are foolish.
They both stand up. They're crying walk off down. Seems
I
like
get
their
one?
Halloween has been ruined.
I want to take my mage hand, and for some of the candy I stole from Dickhead, I want to like sneak it into their pockets.
Oh, nice.
Some of
Make
the
a
good candy that I
sleight of hand check for Put Pocket.
Oh, really? I rolled in that one. So it'd be 11 total.
It hovers along after them, but it's like bouncing against the back of them, and you're trying to find a pocket on their costumes that they're wearing, but one of them's wearing like a big cape, and you can't get it around. And by the time that you like get it, it's just kind of like hanging there in space. And then one of the other rival kids, the ghost from the rival clan, walks around and goes, "Oh, sweet, ghost candy!" and he nabs it out of the air and takes his candy back.
I'm just gonna have the mage hand.
It
Like,
appears in the middle of nowhere and flicks off this ghost kid. All right, townhouse or cottage? Which one?
whatever you guys want.
Let's do the townhouse, and we'll save the.
townhouse.
I already made a choice. I thought I was going to
All right,
cottage. I think.
townhouse.
But yeah, sure, townhouse, whatever. I charge forth ahead of everyone.
Charge forth towards the generic townhouse. So, as you approach, you notice that this is a block of 7 townhouses that all look generic and pretty much identical, except for the front gardens that have different winding paths and things that lead to various different gates. There are 7 gates, 7 houses in 7 different positions. And each of the gates is currently sporting a red liquid that is covered over the gates, oozing down onto the paths around them. and each one has a scratched out mark next to it, as though a brass number has been taken off of the gates. It seems like the numbering and the color of the gates have been nullified. And looking around, thinking it may be blood, you instead see the rival child, the one dressed as a vampire, standing there with an empty can of red spray paint in his hand and a bunch of brass numbers. And he says, I know which house you're wanting. I can tell you if you want.
Jump off the horse, grab him by the coat, and go, tell me!
You can try and intimidate this kid.
Intimidation, yeah.
Well, first, yeah, I'm gonna ask him like right off the
and then I'm gonna go ahead and use my knowledge from the past to add a D6 to this as well.
Ooh, nice.
My first roll was a 14.
And can I aid him as well?
In intimidating, you get right up close.
I'm gonna cast minor illusion and make my eyes start glowing a bright red with this almost like this red smoke oozing out of the side as I just move up silently.
Nice.
Next to him.
It is very intimidating. You have advantage in the roll because of the assistance there. You are grabbing a kid that, for all appearances, seems to be an older kid than you.
That's fine.
That has raised the DC somewhat.
I got a 19 on the second D20 with a 5 from the D6, and then add 6 to that, so that is 30.
30. Suffice it to say, the kid is somewhat shaken by it, and he says, "All right, I'll tell you, all right."
Now.
I tell you what I'll do. We'll make it a game, and if you get it right, I'll give you all my candy.
Can I use message to like be in his head and be like, no games, tell us what we need, just to freak him out more?
You do so, yeah. You hear back in as part of the message spell, but games are so fun.
Oh.
And then he says,
do I recognize the voice?
You do not.
Okay.
We don't hear that, so.
And none of the rest of you hear it. He says, the game is thus. All 7 gates have a different colour, and when these townhouses were built, the person who was numbering them might have been on the source. So you see, the numbers are not necessarily in order. The number of gates that are in the right place are only the 1 and the 4. The gates had a hue, pink, white, yellow, and blue, brown, black, and green, but not anymore. And he gestures to the fact that they're now all painted red. To find the right gate, to find the right door, take the square root of 4 and sum it with the green gate. From the gate that is white, go 2 doors to the right, and you'll get to the 1 2 less than 8. Neither the gate that is blue nor the neighbours of 2 are the house that you want, I don't think. No, the candy-giving fellow lives either at yellow or the number 4, which is painted pink. Now, it's said around town that the gate painted brown is an odd number, and it is prime, while the one painted black is right at the back, so we ain't yet committed no crime. And as he gestures with that one, you can see that the gate right down the end still has the brass 6 attached to it, and it's still a black gate.
So there's 6 gates.
7.
7 gates, okay.
And there's only the ones that are actually still numbered in the positions that they are. So number 1 and number 4 are on the 1st and 4th position.
Mm-hmm.
The one with 2 factors lives a small troop of actors who are annoyed with their neighbours at 3. The only thing they agree on is how horrifically neon is the 2nd place gate. Green, you see. Now, to get to the hue that is right of the blue, you must mix in the 1 to its right. And though yellow minus green is yet to be seen, it'll give you the number of white. Now,
all right.
that is a puzzle that I was quite pleased with staying up until 2 a.m. writing this morning, but
so
because
much
you
like
have successfully
mathematician energy in that.
I know, and I really want to solve the problem, but there's so much, and I tried to record it all, and I could not keep up.
I deliberately was racing through it so that you wouldn't be able to keep up. I'm going to post it in your. I wonder if it'll actually fit into the chat here. Most of it fits into chat.
Okay.
But I'll put it in the Discord chat as well.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
And you can choose. I don't know if you guys enjoy riddles as part of your D&D experience. I have 2 different riddles that both lead to the same answer. The other one is significantly simpler. And for time, we might want to do that one instead. And because you intimidated him, I'm happy to say that he just gives you the simpler riddle as well.
I mean,
But if you enjoy a riddle,
I mean,
I
we should at
mean,
least
I enjoy a
try.
math problem that's also a riddle, but at the same time, for the sake of time.
yeah, I figured. So he gives you a riddle. It is a riddle that I will. I'm intending on. I was actually really pleased with this sort of one-shot Halloween thing, and I'm intending on actually like
I love it.
touching it up and putting it up as like a one-shot that people can play along for themselves. Maybe on put it on my Patreon or something. So the riddle will be there if anybody does wish to solve it. It is solvable. I made sure of that. And basically, there are three things to know: the numbers, the positions of the house, first, second, all the way through seventh, the color of the gate, and the number of the house. And the only numbers that are in the right place are 1 and 4.
Oh, got that.
In the first and fourth position. To get the number of the right door, you need to take the square root of 4 and sum it with the number of the green gate, and so on. And it gives you all sorts of different clues. You can read it there.
We need Hermione.
Isn't it 5?
Well, you don't know that green is number 3.
But you also said the number.
But green isn't necessarily in position 3. 3 might be somewhere else.
But you
And
also
then
said
there's a part about blue and yellow, or green and yellow creates blue.
I need a pen.
There's so much.
If you guys want to do it, I'm happy to let you actually attempt it. But I'm also happy to move things on and just give you the simple riddle. It's really down to you guys and how you enjoy your D&D experience.
I'm really torn.
It's in the Discord chat if you want to read it, and I'll continue the rest of it into the chat here so that people watching can have a go if they want to.
I got distracted by the riddle and didn't reactivate the music. Okay. So
Harem of Kurusu, no, the order I listed the colors is not significant. It just needed to rhyme. I was disappointed with myself that I used the blue and hue rhyme twice, but I was running out of time and it was 2 a.m. So I was like, that'll do.
Pretty good for 2 a.m. Geez.
So wait, never mind.
So the first information that you know is that number 6 is in the 7th position and it has a black gate.
Black, yeah.
Paper. Need paper.
Yeah, like what if we're looking at them, the 7 houses left to right? What are the colors that we see from left to right?
All the first four.
It's like Joko and so much more.
The first 6 gates that you see are all been painted red by the shithead, the little kid who's being a rival. He's deliberately painted red all of the gates, but because the 6th one was at the back, he says the gate that is black is right at the back, so we ain't committed no crime yet.
So 2 factors, you're talking 4 or 6, right? I mean, that's, yeah. The rest are...
What was that?
Oh, it's saying 4 and 6 are basically the 2-factor ones.
Well, technically in mathematics, 4 does not have 2 factors. It has 1 factor twice.
True, so 6. Okay. Thank you for that reminder.
So the one with 2 factors. Yeah,
so the 2 factors is black.
I got a degree in mathematics. I've got to use it somehow.
I mean, I got a degree in engineering, so I did plenty of mathematics, and this is interesting because problem solving.
I did mine because I don't like the maths.
I have a degree in graphic design, and this has no bearing on that.
So 3 is at 6 because 6, or at position 6 because 6 is at 7. Their neighbors would be.
So 3. The number 3 is in the 6th position. The neighbor of 6.
The only
you also know the position of the white. You also know the position of the white gate.
Wait, which one is white?
The 2nd line, somewhere around there. From the gate that is white, go 2 doors to the right, and you get to the one that is 2 less than 8.
Ah.
Which is 6.
Correct. So from white, 2 doors to the right of white is 6. So you know that white is to the left of 6.
Yeah.
So white is in the 5th position. It sounds like you're having fun. You can absolutely flank for me if this is not fun, and there's ways to do it. If you feel like this is dragging or it's not going to make interesting content for people watching, I can just give you clues as if you're making intelligence checks and things. I can help you through it. Or I can just give you the
so yellow's going to be second gate probably because yellow's the closest to being neon color.
No, the neon he refers to as green.
Green.
The only thing they agree on is how horrifically neon is the second place gate. Green, you see.
Oh, I just didn't keep reading.
So then green is the second position.
Yes.
Correct.
Green is the hue that is right of. Wait, right of the. No, that's right of the blue.
Oh, then it's 4.
You must mix in the 1 to its right.
2.
So 4 is yellow, blue is 3, I think, from what I got there. Now to get the hue that is right of. Oh wait, right of blue. So blue is at 1 then.
Blue is at 1. Well done. So blue is at position 1. Green is at position 2.
So yellow. So yellow would have to be 3.
Yellow is in position 3, not necessarily number 3.
Yeah, position 3. That's what I'm referring to right now. I haven't even gotten to numbers yet. So let's see. We got white, yellow.
You know
blue.
that number 4 is also position 4 because he said that.
So brown has to be at an odd. We got 1, 2. So brown has to be.
I can't see your camera, Ashley.
No, I realize that it's very washed out.
Wait, how did I get white at 5, yellow at 3, blue at 1? That doesn't leave room for brown at any of those locations. Did I mess up with white?
Are you missing the numbers and the positions?
So I'm just looking at colors right now.
1 and 4 are where they're supposed to be, right?
Yes. 1 is at position 1 and 4 is in the 4th place, the 4th position.
3 is at 6. 6. Oh, that's right. So it would go. Oh wait, we haven't figured out numbers, so we can't put it's brown. But let's see, we got 1. Okay, no, brown has to go at 3 then, because the other positions are pretty much taken by everything
else.
Brown is
number 3 or position 3?
No. Brown is 7. Brown is 7 because
brown is 6.
Is yellow.
7 is black.
Oh, shit! Wait, I have a thing.
I thought 6 was black.
6 is black, but it's in position 7.
Yes, number 6 is in the 7th position. If you use ordinals for the position, it'll make it clearer. 7th position.
Yeah, 7th. So
black, number 6, 7th.
We know that 3 is next to 6, right? And brown has to be an odd number. So if we look at where colors are already, right? 1, 4, 6 are all in place, right? Then we have colors underneath position under 5th, 3rd, and 2nd. So by that manner, since we already have colors there, 3 at the final point as an odd number, that's the only place brown can go at. And with brown there, that leaves pink at 4.
And pink is 4 because he says so in the clue here. He says, "No, the candy-giving fellow lives either at yellow or at number 4, which is painted pink."
Okay, so
there you go.
The answer is either yellow or pink.
Correct. The answer you're looking for is the gate yellow or pink, but which house and which number they are.
But also to find the right
4.
door, take the square root of 4 and sum it with the green gate. The green gate is we need to
The
find
number.
on
We need the
green.
number of the green gate.
Now we have all the colors. We have basically in the position order. We have blue, green, yellow.
I'm happy
pink,
for him to
white,
give you clues
brown,
if you want
black.
them because you intimidated him so much.
Well, now I want to, as a person, I want to solve this.
I think some of you might be really into this, and I'm sorry if anybody is not into it.
If no one else is into this, we can get the hint for the rest of it, all right? But I'm having fun.
He tells you that you were right to say that blue is number 1 and is in the 1st position. Green is in the 2nd position. Pink is obviously in the 4th position because it's number 4 and is in the right place. You know black's position. You know brown's. Do you know brown's position?
Yes, it is 6.
No,
Brown is in
6. It's a prime number, so it'd have to be 3.
No, it's not number 6. It's in the 6th position.
6th position.
So brown is at position 6, but it is not number 6.
I mean, in prime numbers, we got 1, 2, 3, 5.
1's not a prime.
Oh, fair enough. 2, 3, 5.
It was important for the riddle that people know that 1 is not a prime.
I forget.
And with it being odd, it is also it also removes 2. So the only prime numbers that brown can be is 3, 5, or 7.
5. Well. Oh, was it prime? Wait, I'm confused.
Yo,
I haven't seen
have
prime.
a Word, an Excel spreadsheet going. That is smart.
Can he give him?
How about the people watching this? Is this any interest to the people actually watching?
Yeah, that's somebody in the chat. They say a Word document with a line of cells and a number that I numbered and colored.
Nice.
That is smart.
They got a spreadsheet going. That is amazing. Can you share your answer, please? Because I didn't want. Don't share the answer. Just get it right. Good for you.
So 3, 5, 7.
This is beyond my mathing.
Wait a second. Did I put brown at the wrong spot?
It's much more of a logic puzzle than a maths. The only maths you need to know are square root of 4. What is a prime number?
Well, math and logic, I feel cross.
It is. I mean, math is applied logic, so it makes
Yeah.
sense. But it is definitively a logic puzzle. It is, in actuality, one of those logic puzzles with a grid. If you put a grid of 7 by 7 and then 2 more 7 by 7s on side of those, you can solve this using that grid.
It's Sudoku in a way.
Yeah, kind of Sudoku-ish.
Wait, did I put brown in the wrong spot at 6th position?
Nope, brown is at 6th position. You've got that right.
Okay, because I thought. Okay, wait. Maybe I'm thinking. Okay.
You don't need maths knowledge, Sparrow.
Wait.
You need logic.
Now it is said in town that the get that is brown is an odd number and it is prime. Oh, 3 is prime. Okay.
3, 5, and 7 are the only odd primes in this sequence.
My logic brain in characters just wanting to beat the person up.
Beat the shit out of this kid.
Do your puzzle. Just tell me.
He tells you. He goes, all right. He says, it's an odd number, but if you take away a letter, it's even. That's the other riddle that leads to the same answer.
So it'd be 3 then? Because if you 3 spelled out is 5 letters and you remove Ashlyn, you're like muted or something. You're like muted or something, Ashlyn. Even with these big ears, I can't hear you.
On here, you might.
But yeah, 3 spelled out is 5 digits.
No. But 7, get rid of the S. Is even.
He turns to you and gives you a wink,
went-
and then he pulls out the brass 7 and he hands it to you.
You
It
went
literally
muted.
says even.
Right.
Oh.
You overthought it.
So
So-
then it's green. Green and green is 7.
Nope.
No.
No,
No,
wait.
White is 7.
What was his clue again?
White has to be 7 because, and though yellow minus green is yet to be seen. Oh, wait, no, we'll give you the. Oh, so
We'll give you the number
yellow
of
is
white.
7, green
Yellow
is
minus
5,
green is blue.
and white is 2.
Bing, bing, bing! We have a winner!
Yeah.
Got it. Yellow is number 7, and he either lives at yellow 7 or pink 4, and he just told you he lives at 7. So he lives
There
at
we
the
go.
yellow door, which is number 7, and in position what? Which
Oh,
house is it
3.
now? Position 3,
Position 3.
correct.
Yeah,
You
we
go
did
to
it,
the-
everybody.
You go to the third gate. Well done. I'm proud. I'm very proud. You go to the third gate in from the left, and as you walk past, you kind of smudge off the wet paint that is on there, and you can just about make out that it is yellow beneath. You reaffix the brass 7 to the number, and you head up the garden path. You are greeted at the door by Lord Brawning, an old elven wizard. Only he's not looking like a wizard when he answers the door. Instead, he answers the door as a bat, a literal bat, who flutters down and lands on your shoulder, and then He jumps off of the shoulder and retransforms himself, drops polymorph back into his wizard form, and has a bowl of treats in hand. Now I'm going to roll the percentage chance that these treats are the poisoned ones, and if they are, you don't necessarily need to go to the lost house.
I personally rolled at disadvantage because I'm so confused still.
It's fine. It's fine. You made it through the puzzle.
My art brain is like, but green minus yellow is blue because yellow and blue make green.
But it's referring to the numbers.
Yeah. No, I know.
I got a 14 wisdom, so I could the wisdom part, inside figure it out.
So he hands you out some treats because you have taken 2 different sets of time skips. You got caught by the neighborhood watch. You got into the fight with the beholder. So you are down from mind-blowing candy past delicious candy to tasty candy. You're at the tasty candy level. Most of the other stuff has been taken already. So, do you wish to take some of this tasty candy?
I take 2.
You take 2, one for you, one for your horse. Absolutely, he's happy to give you so. The rest of you?
I will eat one of the candies.
No,
immediately.
You eat one of the candies immediately. All right. How about the rest of you?
Well, we're gonna watch him for a moment first.
Watch him for a moment first.
I'm gonna pull my poisoner's kit out just in case.
All right. You take 6 points of poison damage.
I take half of that.
You take half of that because you're poison resistant.
Yeah.
How is it?
As you
poison
plop it down the throat, you don't taste anything as the taste buds are no longer there. But as it hits your stomach, you can feel it instantly goes to work. You feel stomach cramps coming on.
I immediately take an egg and start to just chuck eggs at it.
As he's standing there handing out candy, you immediately take an egg. So from his perspective, you walked up, took 2 pieces of candy from the bowl, ate one, and then just pelted him with eggs.
Yes.
And he's like, what is this about?
Your candy's been poisoned! Your soul is forfeit!
What are you talking about? My candy's not poisoned! Nonsense!
Then eat it yourself!
Do we believe him?
Okay, I will. And he takes some out and he...
No, I'm gonna knock it out of his hand. And I'm gonna push him against the wall and be like, who gave you this candy?
I bought it from a salesman that was coming through town.
Who?
He was a gentleman, older gentleman, bigger human, sort of scruffy brown hair.
Does any of this ring any bells for me?
If you have somebody in mind, I imagine, and it could fit that bill. It has been a number of years, so he would be an older gentleman by now.
I'm just gonna be like, where was the last place you saw him?
He was heading towards out of town, towards sort of south east of town.
Do I know that if that's anywhere?
Nah, you're not familiar with this town, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm just gonna be like, throw the rest of that candy out.
Okay. You're still a child, but you're dressed like a scary clown, and you did manage to forcibly force him up against a wall with strength that your body should not probably possess. But and he's quite intimidated. He's quite intimidated by the fact that the one with the headless costume that he thought was quite an impressive costume actually stuffed candy down a hole in his costume to eat it, and then started wrenching and throwing eggs at him point blank. So he's sufficiently intimidated, and so he takes your word for it, and he kind of tips the candy on the ground at your feet. What now?
I'm gonna scoop all, instead of leaving it on the ground for chance. I'm gonna scoop it all into a bag or something. My bag.
Need a helmet? Oh wait, let me take my head out first.
Do you actually do that?
Sure, why not?
you take your head out of the helmet, just this decapitated head. Is it preserved somehow? Is Kromduv preserved it for you, or is it?
I mean, I was dead for a bit, so it's probably not looking lifelike, but probably not completely rotten either.
I've got some wonderful creams.
You turn the helmet.
I grab it by the hair, turn it, or
you put the poisoned candy in there.
I'm good.
Is it more or less like a spackle than a cream? Because there's a whole seam.
Like,
All right.
take out the potion, just like...
You,
We guys, we
You,
gotta go follow this guy.
Like Mr.
You,
Miyagi, like
as your vampire friend says, we need to follow the guy. You head towards the bottom of the path to where you see the rival group of kids standing there watching, and the kid dressed as a vampire is taking in a particular interest as you've pelted this guy's house with eggs, and he says, "Huh. So I saw you egg his house. The thing is, you've managed to stop them from giving out poisoned candy that me and my buddies here swapped for their stash. You see, I'm sick of the other kids of this town getting all the best stuff, and I figured if we're the only kids on the block, we'd get all the candy." And then his knight friend walks up beside him and goes, "Hey, Timmy." "Yeah, Johnny?" And he looks out towards the setting sun, going from twilight to actual darkness, and he says, "Looks like it's nighttime," and he puts down his visor. And as the last sliver of light disappears below the horizon,
Wow.
you see these 4 children start to transform into their costumes as they grow larger and taller, as the vampire's plastic teeth sink back into his face and are replaced by genuine fangs. The skeleton's black parts of the costume seem to just disappear into translucence as a skeleton stands there, and the ghost costume actually goes translucent and pale. The knight, as well, grows to a larger size, that of an adult, that of a bland knight that is rather noticeable to you, a la Ichno. And I will need you guys to roll initiative here in the street.
Yes!
I should also point out, Freya, you recognize this skeleton. The one they've been calling Reggie, it seems, is short for Reject. He is one of your earliest creations, one that you dismissed for having no tendons, and you thought that him falling apart into bones was not the most useful situation to have as an ally, so you cast him aside as a reject, and he's been picked up by a member of this particular assassin's guild. I should mention as well, I think you can hear me but not respond. Andrew, you recognize that the ghost, as it takes a humanoid form beneath this sheet with holes in it, it takes the form of an older gentleman with rustled brown hair. You can see standing before you the ghostly form that was once Make-A-Will, the assassin that killed your wife. It seems he has found a new form, a new way to be an assassin, no longer encumbered by walls and doors getting in his way. When he makes a target, he will always get it.
My initiative was a nice whopping 11.
Nice whopping 11 for Freya.
19 for Cap.
19 for Cap. Cap, as you look on this vampire, there is a resemblance that you are familiar with. You're not exactly sure. But as they transform, you are reminded of the fact they've been calling him Timmy, and you do recall that your leader of the Order of Shadows, Sikaba, had an older brother that she talked of, Timano. And you now see the resemblance of Sikaba and her older brother Timano. It seems he is standing there in front of you now. All right, what did we get? Who am I missing? Keith, what was your...
That's a 25.
Of course it is. You got a nat 20 again.
I love this die.
That is a very good, very good... don't forget, you guys have all got inspiration as well if you want to reroll anything. I use inspiration as more like a luck point in my games. It's just like a reroll after the fact if you need it. 19 was Cap, right?
Yep.
Cap. And then we've got Alar as the 25. What do we got there, Jack? Something good by the looks of it.
5.
A 5. Oh dear. A 5 for
I'm
Jack.
taking such a back at who I see that.
All right. So you see these 4 folks standing in front of them. It seems that you have been reunited with your individual nemeses out here on the street as the darkness has finally fallen on this town. Allah Ikno. What do you wish to do?
I'm going to eat a candy. Can I do so as an action instead of bonus action?
Yep, I'll allow it to action.
Cool. So I eat that, allowing me another action and a bonus action. I will use my bonus action to place Hexblade's Curse on the Swan Knight.
Ooh, nice. So he is hexed.
So-
There's no save against that, I believe.
Hexblade's Curse. Yeah, there's no save against that. So this is different than Hex.
Yeah, Hexblade.
So I gain bonus damage on rolls against him, which equals my proficiency 3. Attack rolls against him are a crit on 19 or 20. And then when he dies, I can regain hit points per my Warlock level and Constitution or Charisma, which it would be 4 upon
Alright.
death there. With that, I will charge forward, trying to move in between all of them. I'll be taking Action Surge, by the way, so I get 4 attacks total this round.
Nice, nice, nice.
And my goal is to hit all 4 of them and mark them all.
Ooh, nice.
So basically just rushing into the middle of them if I can. I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, with your speed, you can definitely get to them. So you take your strikes, make those attacks to make you roll.
Alright, first attack is going to be against the Swan Knight. Oh, I'm going to use that inspiration off this nat
Nice.
1 I just rolled.
Oh.
Oh, cocked. That is going to be a 17 to hit.
17. As you joust forwards, he is riding on his hobby horse as well, which has transformed into his gleaming knight's mount as he that you remember from the days gone by. And as you run towards him, he almost meets you in the midst of the street, jousting style, and it comes back to you his prowess with his dexterity, his dexterousness. He parries you to the side, just glancing the blow from a critical hit from him. And unfortunately, a 17 will miss as he is in full plate mail.
No worries. I will then throw my attack at the vampire. That will be a 23 to hit.
23 will hit Timano, the vampire spawn.
He is now marked and will take... let's see, 7 points of slashing damage, non-magical.
7 points of non-magical slashing damage.
Correct.
All right, have them
My
rounded
weapon
up
attacks
to
are
4.
not.
As you strike through him, you do cut across his upper arm and so into some of his cape. But it seems like from the damage, the force that you were inflicting, it does not do quite as much damage as you thought.
By the way, from the candy, how many temp points did I gain?
Oh yes, thank you for the reminder. You gained from the candy 9 temporary hit points.
I will
it was
definitely
a
take it.
mind-blowing one.
Yes.
All right. Congratulations on that first hasted getting round those houses first. You managed to get quite a bit of the mind-blowing stuff. Each one
I have one
levels
spare just
down
in case.
in the stuff that it does to you.
All right, and then I will go ahead and attack the... Wait, what do we have? A zombie, knight, what are the other two? Skeleton and...
Skeleton, zombie, knight, and ghost.
Okay, we'll go with skeleton next. Oh, actually, I have advantage on these. Except
Because
for
they're
against
not-
the knight.
yeah, except for against the knight, you have advantage because they are not riding mounts.
Really quick. Okay, yeah, it wasn't any better for the vampire.
All right.
Oh, nat 20.
Oh, who's this one against?
Wow.
The skeleton?
This was against the skeleton. So
You
that'll be
strike
8,
through him. So max out the damage you could have
8,
rolled.
1,
Roll again.
9, plus 6, so 15 damage.
15 points of damage. Nice. Against Reggie, the reject.
He is
15
also
points of-
marked.
And it's slashing damage, yeah?
Yes, slashing.
Cool. You can mark as many as you want.
Let's see. Unworthy mark. From attack.
think
When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can mark the creature until the end of your next turn. Yeah, the only thing that's limited is the number of times I can use the bonus attack if they hit someone else.
Okay, cool.
And then for the ghost, that'll be a 19, which is not a
19.
crit on this one. would have been against the knight. But 19 plus 7, so 20 or 26.
That is enough to hit.
And the damage will be 6 plus 6 is 12.
12 points of damage. It seems like you slash through his form. Very little of it actually hurts. It does seem like his ethereal vision seems to wince as though in pain. So it does seem to have had some effect, but not nearly as much as you would have expected. What was it? Sorry, 12 was it?
12, so 6.
Cool.
And so everyone except for the knight is marked.
Wonderful. And that means they have disadvantage to attack anything other than you, right?
Yeah, so while within 5 feet of me, they have disadvantage on any attack roll.
While within 5 feet of you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
The knight will strike back now. It is his turn. He will use leadership. Although he was the runt of the pack when he was in his child form, unable to make a satisfying pun, he is now in a much more form that he is used to taking, and he will use his leadership ability. For the next minute, the knight can utter a special command or warning whenever a non-hostile creature that it can see within 30 feet makes an attack roll or saving throw, and add a d4 to their rolls. He can use basically blah 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 blah. It doesn't take him his reaction or anything. He can basically bless all of his friends whenever they're making attacks and saving throws. So he will. That's his action to do so. Then he will square up against you, and in fact, no, he can. Yeah, I'll say that flavor-wise, you kind of jousted past each other in the street. Yours glanced off of him. He yells out a command to fight on, my friends, and then he charges down, and he's going to attack at one of your friends instead. He's going to go for. Let's go for Steve. I think he's closest, so he'll charge forwards, and he will attack. He'll get towards Steve. He's not going to actually attack on.
Do I get an attack of opportunity as he continues past?
Yes, I will say you do.
Cool. No advantage. All right.
If he's gonna barrel through myself and Cap, do we get him as well?
It's not gonna hit.
He was going for whoever was closest, so he won't be barreling through anybody on this turn.
Okay, so the front row was myself and Cap.
Yeah.
Cool. He's going for who would he go for out of you two? I think he'd go for Cap. So he's going for Cap
Okay.
as he attacks. What was your attack of opportunity?
4 on the dice, so it's not gonna make it.
Yeah. In fact, it doesn't even clang. You just kind of whiff out behind, and he's too fast. That is his turn to leadership and run. It is now Cap's turn.
Okay.
Capstone.
Let's see. Well, I was gonna do something else, but since this guy's in front of me now, I'm gonna go. Just. What do I want to do? All right, I'm just gonna do first strike and see how this goes. Nope, that is.
Can you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Sure.
If you blue tacked him to the back of an oxen. Love it.
I don't have
it.
another horse, but he's
He's
mounted.
That's
Yeah, I love
18.
It's perfect.
18 wisdom save. As you see the vampire, all of these
Paul
thoughts
Bunyan over there.
coming back from the training at the thing, and for a moment you're sort of like thrust back into being like a nervous person, but in that moment you find the willpower, the wisdom to push on and say, no, I've achieved great things since leaving there. I'm no longer stumble bitch, and you can continue with your action.
And then, okay, great. So first one I missed, definitely. Second one, is 15.
15 total?
Yeah.
Unfortunately not, as he is a knight in shining armor. You hit his plate mail. His plate armor is 18.
Yeah. All right.
Bonus action?
Yeah, bonus action. I'm gonna wait a moment. I'm gonna spend a key point to take the dodge action as my bonus.
All right, key point dodge. It is the end of your turn. It is now Tamano's go, the vampire. The vampire will. Let's have a little look. See here. What can he do? He is going to take a multi-attack. He's going to leap up onto sort of up into the air and then take a slashing strike with some clawed fingers at the Headless Horseman. who is nearby. That is going to be a 17 to hit, so that just misses, I believe.
Just misses.
So then on his, he misses with the claws, so he's going to go down and. Oh, you're not grappled, are you? So he is going to come back with the other claws. He can't bite you until you're grappled. Even though your neck is completely as exposed as a neck can be, he cannot bite it unless you're grappled or willing. Oh, that's definitely going to hit though with a 20-something.
I'd say so.
So that is, and I need you to. No, you don't get to save against it. You are considered grappled as these claws dig into your shoulder. You take 3, 6 plus 3 is 9 points of slashing damage.
Oh, thank God for that candy.
You are slashed and considered grappled by this vampire. That is his turn. That's all he can do. And he. Oh, and you see that at the start of his turn, some of the wounds that you caused him start to stitch back up again.
Probably.
That is the vampire's turn. It is now Freya's turn.
All right. Freya is going to rush forward to the knight. And I'm going to take 2 attacks with my rapier against him.
I love this dynamic that the 2 knights from opposite teams have just run into melee with all of the people of the other team. They've just swapped sides and attacking group on one. All right. What are you attacking with?
With my rapier. So that would be a dirty 20 and a 21.
Dirty 20 and a 21 definitely both hit. Roll that damage.
So that is 18 damage total.
18
and then
damage.
On the first one, I'm going to. Oh no, I have to do that before. Sorry, I forgot that because it's not a divine smite. I was going to Brandon's smite, but I forgot. So
I will allow it. No, I'll allow it. Retcon. Nothing's changed.
Okay.
Nothing needs retconning.
Burn one of my second levels because that's all that's currently left.
Nice.
And I'm going to do branding smite on one of them. So that's an extra 2d6 radiant damage. Which is pretty good. That's 7.
7 extra.
So it's now shiny.
He is shiny, and branding smite means what?
Took 7 radiant damage and becomes, which becomes visible if it's invisible and the target sheds dim light in a 5-foot radius and can't become invisible until the spell ends.
Cool. So he is illuminated.
Yes.
But not so much that it's like guiding bolts illumination.
No.
All right. That is your attack with your strikey strike and your spells. Is there anything else you can do?
And then I'm going to command Steven to get him.
Get him, Steven! I should mention as well that as you are attacking, on each person's turn, you feel like the sugar rush of the lemon sour drop is starting to wear off, and each of you, as you are running forwards into battle, are reforming yourselves into your adult states. So as the adolescent Frankenstein creature runs forwards, it starts to get larger and larger as he does so. Bringing up his big muscly hands, making a slam attack. Rend.
Oh, that's good. That is a +4, so 15.
15 is not enough to hit through the armor of the knight. It slams into him and some of it dents, but not enough to cause him major damage or discomfort. Is that everything you can do?
That is everything you can do.
Now it is Reject's turn, the skeleton. This is my favorite, because he's a homebrew. So, Reject is next to... Let's see. Yeah, Reject is next to the Headless Horseman. He is going to leave the Headless Horseman's melee range, but attacks against Reject have disadvantage because of reasons that I'll get into in a second if you miss.
I mean, I don't have any more attack opportunity.
You do not have an attack of opportunity anyway. So Reject will leave your melee range, and he will run. His skeleton, his bones, all kind of like his legs are leaving his body behind, and then they catch up, almost elastic style. It is his intention to get to Freya if he can make it.
What is fair?
What's that?
That's fair.
He's got a bone to pick.
Hey, nice. You can get to Freya, he will do so. If he cannot, can you give me a thumbs up on camera if you can get to Freya?
What's his speed?
Oh, sorry, yes, of course, you would need to know that. His speed is 30 feet. You can get to there. So he will instead use his skull lob attack, which is a ranged melee attack. Ranged melee? How does that work? He will remove his skull and throw it at you, and when it hits, it will do bludgeoning damage, and then if it hits, he gets a secondary bite attack as well. So he will
If it hits, can I repulsion shield it back at him?
Shield him back. I'll see how that plays out.
I
So
hope it
firstly,
hits.
he needs to roll to hit with his skull lob ability. That is going to be a dirty 20 to hit, which I believe will hit. So you'll take the damage from the attack first, which is 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's all my temporaries.
Oof, it slams into you, and then it's going to be... I'm going to ask for a contested check, because if the attack hits, Reggie can make a bite attack as part of this action. So Reggie is...
So then it'd be
Reggie's going to be
melee attack
trying
would
to
activate the repulsion.
Yeah, so he's going to try and bite on as you are trying to repulse him away. So I will say, can you make a spellcasting check to see the power of your tinkering objects and whether it's more powerful than his bite? And
That's
he meanwhile is going
dirty
to make his...
20.
Oh yes, and a nat 1 on his part. So your repulsion definitely does take before his teeth manage to sink into your arm. Poof! Firing it 15 feet back, and I'm going to make him a dexterity check. He definitely succeeds. He manages to catch his skull and place it back on his body.
That's awesome.
That is Reggie's attack. He can't do 2 of his skull lob attacks, so that is Reggie. It is down to Jack.
Okay, so you implied earlier, just for clarification, because a lot's gone on since then,
Yes.
that the ghost is
Maker.
the guy I know. Cool. So
It is the ghost of Maker who has found a new way to assassinate people, it seems, by removing himself from his ties to his mortal body.
Cool. So I am literally just going to ignore everything and just load the crossbow and start running right at him with the crossbow and the rapier out, even though I can only make one attack.
All right.
Basically, like,
Run towards
if
him.
a rogue could rage, this is a rogue to rage.
I will tell
Like,
you what.
I'm gonna look over like, you got this, and then walk away.
Make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
A wisdom save. 16.
16. You are sufficiently in charge of your own emotions now that although you do go into a rage, you manage to control it. I will give you a temporary buff for this effect that will essentially be a +2 damage from a barbarian's rage.
Cool.
What would you like to do with it?
I'm going to just kind of step up 10 or 15 feet and be like, this one's for you, and just fire a crossbow right, trying to
right into the ghost. All right,
Yeah.
Make your attack.
Well, that's awkward. Whatever. 17 hit.
A 17?
Yes, 17.
Yeah, 17 hits.
Awesome. And I'm not
Roll that
hidden.
damage, and he's in range of your headless friend, so I believe it's sneak attack as well, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, he's within 10 feet of... That's up to you.
I'm fine. Yeah, that's fine. He's sufficiently distracted by the headless guy swinging a sword around. I'm allowing it.
Okay, so 4, 8, another 8, so that's 15, 17, and then you said +2, so that'd be 9. Nope. +4. That'd be 23 damage.
Ooh, 23 points of damage. Again, the crossbow fires through him. He winces in pain and looks towards you, and then there's a recognition in his eyes as he sees you. It seems like the bolt passes through him and causes not quite as much damage as you would have expected, but still halved. That is still very significant. Then, is there anything else you can do?
I'm going to... I'm going to, like, after, like, him getting distracted or whatever with the bolt going through him, I'm going to duck behind one tree on the corner and try to hide.
All right. You didn't get into melee with him at all, did you? So you noticed no opportunity attacks or anything?
Nope, because I was
wonderful. Yep. So you will duck behind a tree and bonus action try and stealth.
That'd be a 21.
A 21. You are sufficiently stealthed. As you are hiding behind the tree, he knows obviously you are stealthed from him in that you've blocked line of sight, but of course he still knows where you went. He was looking at you as you hid behind a tree.
Right.
So he will say, you hear a ghostly voice say, "Ah, Jack, how lovely of you to join us. Say, you know who I bumped into on this side of the mortal realm? Our old friend Quinn. You remember Quinn, don't you? Do you know what she looked like when she died?
Fuck you."
She looked like this. And he's going to open up his face and turn into like this vision of your wife right before he killed her. And essentially, if you can see him, which I imagine you will eventually be able to do as you pop out to shoot him or whatever, or because he is goading you to do so, as soon as you can see him, you will be subject to his horrifying visage creature, his horrifying visage ghostly ability. The rest of you as well, each non-undead creature, so I believe the vampire and the Headless Horseman are both undead and immune to this, but Freya and Steve, you both see this form. Each of you sees a different form taking in the ghost's vision as he changes his visage. And I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw, except for the undeads.
Yeah, Rob, it is a ox. I don't have any horse.
It's all good. It works for me.
He's become Paul Bunyan, that's all. Quickly, paint it blue.
Steven failed.
Steven failed.
4.
Is Steven alive?
Steven's a
construct. Steven's a construct, not an undead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
It's the steel defender, but
yeah, that's
not.
Yeah.
So that's a wisdom save is going to be a 14.
14 from you. You managed to succeed just as he takes on a frightening form. Stephen sees it and is considered frightened, and because he failed by so much, he also ages 10 years. So as you look at Stephen, the stitches start to ping, flick off of his body, and parts of his flesh start to open up, as if the flesh that is holding him together has started decomposing at a rapid rate. He is aged by 10 years and frightened. We can we'll hold on to the effect on you, Jack, until you pop out from behind this tree and see the vision of your wife right before she died, and then at that point it will take hold. Blah 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 blah. That is the ghost's turn. He is going to use his movement to move towards the tree that you are hiding behind. Then it will be back to the top of the turn. Allah Ikno.
Yeah, okay. I am seething with rage that the knight has escaped, and I am just going to straight up move away from the vampire, provoking an attack of opportunity, and charge forward.
Well, he is considered grappling you with your...
Oh, true. He's on me! Doesn't matter, I charge forth. He is
on the horse with you, essentially. So you're dragging him along as you turn the horse around, and... Yeah! And he will not get an attack of opportunity, but he will come with you. Where are you riding?
I will then... Yeah, I will cast a bonus action, or with my bonus action, I will cast Hex on the knight now. So he has Hexblade's Curse and Hex on him.
Hexblade
and
and Hexblade. That's amazing.
Yeah, and he will have, this will be against his Wisdom saving throws. He will have disadvantage on.
Wisdom checks.
Yeah, and I will basically, come in. You took my head. Now it is my turn to take yours in turn. And
He
then
sort of
basically
turns over his shoulder and sees you coming and hexes his wisdoms. So he's hexed and hexbladed.
Concentration, by the way. So anytime I get
It's
hit, I will
concentration spell?
need.
Wonderful.
It is.
You try and remember that, and I will also try and remember
Yes.
that. Is that your whole turn, or is there more you can do?
No, I'm hasted, so I still have 2 actions.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah. So guess what's happening?
Smash this guy.
I'm gonna make 4 attacks against him.
Decapitations and celebrations. See if you can take his head right off.
First attack misses with a 3 and a 6 on the dice.
He swings his blade round and parries yours to the side.
Then a 19.
19 will hit.
Excellent. So that will be a.
He parries your first blow to the side, opening himself up, and you see a chink in his armor right beneath his armpit.
Yep. And I get to add a D6 now for hex of necrotic damage.
Do it.
So yeah.
You hear in the back of your mind.
6
You hear in the back of your
necrotic
mind
damage.
the voice of Cromdoof saying, "Bring me his soul."
Yes, my lord. I will max damage on both dice.
Awesome.
So
How
6. So 6 necrotic, 8. Then from that I get, where is it? Hexblade's Curse is an additional 3 points of slashing damage. 6 points there. Okay, so let's see. 8, 6, 3, and I think that's it. Yeah. So 8 plus 6 plus 6 plus. Sorry, 6 necrotic. 8 plus 6 is 14. Plus 3 is 7. Points of slashing damage on that second attack with the 6 necrotic.
So it was 17 slashing and 6 necrotic? I think that was right.
Yes.
Would you like to describe for me and for Cromdoof how you kill this knight that beheaded you all those years ago?
Oh,
Nice.
I come up, his first comes in. I basically bat his first swing away and just taking my sword around the head, necrotic energy starts to boil around it as I charge past and just decapitate him.
He brings up his gauntleted hand to intercept because he knows exactly what's coming. But you are striking with such force, and now your force not. Before, this sort of thing was the reason that he managed to avoid the decapitation when you were living. But now you serve Cromdoof, and Cromdoof serves you. And he brings up his hand, and Cromdoof imbues your sword with the necrotic energy to cleave right through both of his bones in his forearms, without barely slowing down the momentum of the sword at all. It digs right into his neck, cutting right through the top of his head, and the helmet goes clattering along his shoulder on the other side and falling to the ground as his sword clatters to the ground, and his body, saddled in a sitting position, stays on the back of the horse, blood spurting from the carotid arteries. I said I was keeping this PG-13, right?
Yeah.
So you have done so. Well done. You still have an action, I believe.
Yes. 2. I have 2 attacks.
Two attacks. One action.
I have
2
an
attacks.
action, 2 attacks, and I will at this point. So as that happens, and the head goes clattering down, Nightmare rears up. An infernal neigh flames burst forth. Chrome, in your name, the defiler has been destroyed. And then I will.
The rest of you see this sort of black, almost almost incomprehensible wisp seems to leave the decapitated body. Yes. And I will give you inspiration from the deity that you serve.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then I will turn and strike down upon the skeleton, Reggie.
All right.
With my next attack. Oh, I gain health from that.
Oh yes, nice.
So let's see.
I gain.
Yeah, I gained 4 from Hexblade's Curse. Yep, so 4 hit points back.
Very good. You strike at the skeleton. What's the attack?
It will be... Oh! I'm going to use my inspiration on one of those.
Do it.
And that will be a 16 plus 7.
That will hit.
Excellent.
A lot damage.
All right, and now it's just a pure D8. Yep. Oh, another 8 on that die, plus 6. That will be 14 damage. Slashing, non-magic.
14 damage. With that, Reggie is looking wounded. You shatter a few ribs, which shatter off to the side, and you cleaved through one of the vertebrae, which the rest of them plop down on top, like somebody you've seen videos of people playing Jenga where they just like whack and the whole tower drops down. It's like that. Reggie is now like 3 inches shorter.
Excellent.
Wonderful. All right. Is that everything you can do?
I have one more attack. And as I do that, I will swing it around, and I don't know really where the vampire is on me.
Oh yeah, he's clinging on the back as you're swinging and striking.
I'm gonna like kind of sweep my blade behind me to like try to rend his hands.
I will say because of the situation, you will have disadvantage on this one because it's harder for it to hit you. But
he is smaller than me.
He is, but he's also on the horse. The advantage comes from you lying down as you strike past somebody.
All right, disadvantage then. Oh.
Sorry, Yeah, no, disadvantage, I'm afraid.
That's fine. All right. That'd be a nat 1.
Are there any allies within 5 feet of you? I don't believe there are, right?
It doesn't appear so. No. Other than my
allies
horse.
within 5 feet. I don't use critical fumbles except for occasional friendly fire. Like if you are within range of your attack when a nat 1 going astray, there's a chance that you can hit clip your friend a little bit. But
I mean, I will say that technically, my horse is within 5 feet.
I will allow you to not decapitate your own horse.
I mean, I could still technically make the attack hit me instead.
True. Yeah, any attack that targets your horse, you can make it so you can clip yourself with your sword. Now, let's move it on. All right.
No, not
anything
nightmare.
Anything else?
That's gonna be all for me.
Literally falling on your sword.
That is capital. Literally falling on the sword. Yeah.
Okay.
Falls off of the horse.
Let's see. Do you allow flanking advantage?
I use not flanking but surrounded. So 3 against 1 is advantage. Unless they're a size larger than you, then it's 4 against 1. Size larger than that, it's 5 against 1, and so on.
Okay, well in that case, I'm going to shadow step. As I kind of go up, looks like I'm just gonna punch the air, but as the punch starts to move, I vanish and appear behind the vampire.
Dope.
And just pound into him. This will be with advantage. Part of the.
Yeah, part of the shadow step.
So 21 to hit.
21 hits.
And I'm going to use a key point to do stunning strike.
Ooh, nice.
On this as well.
That's a 5. That's not going to make it. He is stunned. Damn monks.
There we go. Finally do something. Okay, and that's 7 points of damage for that first hit.
You crack him, and he didn't see it coming. You managed to tap into the I was going to say the blood flowing through his veins, but he's a vampire. You tap into his undeath energy and manipulate it to stun him for the round.
And okay,
that was your first attack.
First attack, second attack.
Red still have advantage because he's stunned.
Yep. And I lean in before I hit him on this one and say hi to your sister, but I don't think you're gonna see her again. Right in the face.
He can't even lift his arms to block it.
23 to hit.
23 hits.
And that is 4 plus, so it's 6, another 6 points.
Nice.
Yeah, because I already used my bonus action. So yeah, I'm just gonna stay there.
Cool.
That's all
so
I can
you
do.
Bonus action, dash, shadow step, bam, bam, 2 strikes. Excellent. It is now Timano's go. He cannot go. He just looks at you with sort of. I was going to say again, blood coming out of his nose. He looks at you with like a busted lip that's like that's split around his incisors as you punched him in the face, and he just kind of turns his head and and he can't even bring out words as his turn ends. Freya, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna lightning lure. First I'm gonna pop my second candy.
Nice bonus action to pop a candy. You gain. This is a mind blowing.
I thought it was an action to pop the candy.
Bonus if you have it. It's just it took Steve an action because he doesn't have bonuses.
Oh, okay. Yes. Cool.
So bonus action. You can use it as an action if you want.
No, I'd rather use that bonus.
Yeah, I was going to say in case you wanted to do something with your bonus. Only 3 temporary hit points from this one.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't have.
And then haste as the sugar rush starts.
All right, and then I'm going to rush forward, and I'm going to 3 attack at reject.
All right, 3 attacks. Let's do it
with the rapier. One of those is a nat 20. One of those is all the others are above 20.
All right.
So
they'll definitely all hit.
2 and 3. Oh, that's good damage. 15, 21, 27. 30.
Oh, I did mention that the skeleton is marked by unwavering mark.
Yes.
39 damage.
Ooh. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll kill him.
Damn.
Describe how you kill Reggie.
I'm going to just, because I put him together, it's not even like slashing with the rapier, I'm finding every part that I put together
the bits that were holding him up together, and you're slicing those very like a surgeon. And his ribs are falling off left and right. He goes to use his ability that he didn't get to use, where he can pull off one of his arms to give himself extra reach, and he pulls it off, and he's about to club you with it, but you chop the other one off, and his arms fall loose. Reggie is no more.
And then I'm going to command. Do I get an extra bonus action and action, or just that?
No, just an action.
Okay. Then. For Steve's turn, he's just going to hang out. So
he's frightened, right?
It takes the dodge action when I don't command it.
Yeah. So he's frightened of the ghost, and he doesn't know what to do. He's starting to fall apart from age. Jack, you're up.
Okay. I am going to. I know what's waiting for me on the other side. All right.
Steel yourself.
I'm still so pissed though. I'm just gonna again reload the crossbow and step out from behind the tree and just take a shot.
I need a wisdom saving throw from you as you see the form of your wife, ghostly, in terror and pain when you weren't there to save her.
That would be an 18.
You managed to push it from your mind, knowing that he's doing this to manipulate you. You managed to not succumb to the frightened effect as you level your crossbow and fire it towards him. I will give you, because it's story-wise appropriate, I will give you advantage on the roll.
That doesn't look good.
19 definitely hits.
Thanks for +7. Or wait, no, it wasn't a 19.
What was it?
It would have been, because it's +7. Sorry, I was confusing.
He's a ghost. He's a ghost and his armor class is 11. You're going to hit him.
Yeah, because it would have been 16. Not.
Yeah. You definitely hit. You can roll the damage, and because you had advantage on their strike, you get a sneak attack.
Are we still doing that +2, or was that just for that turn?
Yeah, +2 because you're raging against this guy. It's only for attacks against this guy.
My Oogie Boogie dice boogied away.
I'm just imagining now Kurt Russell in Tombstone going into the river, just No! No!
16 points of damage.
16 points of damage. He was the weakest of them all, health-wise. He was relying on pretty much all damage being resistant. So that takes him to... It's within a couple of points, so I'll for flavor-wise, how do you want to kill Maker? Maker will send him to the afterlife.
I'm just gonna be like, this is for Quinn, because fuck you, and just bolt right through the other end.
The moment of horror on his face changes as his face changes back to that of Maker. He sort of goes to yell in surprise as the bolt fires through his form and dissipates him.
And my clown hair is running a little bit.
He does not get to go on his turn. It is back to the top of the round, but being that there's only one bad guy left, and I'm very fast running out of time, I will say that by the time it gets round to Mano's go, who is the strongest of the bunch and regenerates on his turn, you're not going to take him down easily. Instead, as soon as the stun wears off, he looks around and sees that his friends have disappeared without him, and he says, "Until next time, then." And then turns into bats and flies off into the night. And as he dissipates into the night, you hear the paladins coming out from a nearby street, catching up to you. And Dibdab says, "Well, congratulations. I think all said and done, we've done a fantastic job. Kind of disappointed that you didn't die with your abominations with your necrotic monsters, but I suppose we'll have to deal with that another day."
Gee,
a deal's a deal. And he hands out a little bag of sherbet, which will act as dust of disappearance as your reward for helping them out. And then he removes the enchantment on the lemon drops in your bellies, and you are free to go. You are now free men and women to roam the wilderness collecting souls and
it is time to resume collecting souls. I throw up the dust of disappearance in a flourish, and you just hear
and you go
flames.
And Dibdab turns to Tootsie and says, "We're going to regret this immediately, aren't we?" And that's where we end
to be heard from the distance.
That is where we end tonight's session.
All the poison candy.
Thank you very much for joining me, everybody.
I guess I would have taken my helmet with me.
I'm gonna be collecting the bits of reject. I mean, like, let's try again.
Round 2.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, and I'm just going to shadow step off into the darkness following that bat. But Robert, thank you so much, man. That was a great session.
Thank you very much. It was enjoyable.
Thank you. Excellent. I had a lot of fun.
Yes, thank you for all of you coming and hanging out with us during this session. So much fun. Oh my gosh. Such a great session. Thank you, Rob. Thank you to all of our players. Thank you to everyone watching.
Thank you, Ashlyn.
Yeah, thank you very much to host.
Yes, thanks for hosting.
Always
a pleasure to be on the stream.
It's like my favorite thing. Thank you to John for running our tech. Thank you to Andrew for all of the minis and terrain. We will be back at the end of November with another stream. These are every month at the end of the month. So episode 12 will be premiering, or I guess streaming, the end of November. Don't forget to follow all of our participants and follow us on Twitch so you can keep in the know for everything that's coming. As a reminder, we do have a Patreon, we do have a Ko-fi, and we have a store where you can get awesome merch like what you see me and Andrew wearing, hobby-themed and stream-themed merch, as well as minis and terrain from our episodes. Thank you all for joining us. And we will see you around.
And there's a YouTube with all the previous episodes too.
Yes, we do have a YouTube that does have
most of them
episodes. This episode will get uploaded to there, so it won't get deleted by the gods of Twitch.
Yep. And next month, I'm running the game.
Yes, Mage Rush. Andrew will be running the game. It's gonna be very fun.
It's gonna be called Jelly and Jam.
I got jelly blobs.
All right,
Thank
everyone.
you very much, everybody.
Thanks
Thank you,
everyone for
everybody.
joining.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.